I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live what I believe.
The G-Aficus resubscribed for 10 months. Joined as a drama frog. Still here for the discussions. Hi chat.
Test. What's up, chat? Well, like a critical scale. She's Hey, Wonder Man, that's that new show. On burner. Right there. Hello. Test. Test. Hey, yo. I let her out. Hold on. Well, we just started. And she wants to be yelling and running and stuff. You're echoing a little? I shouldn't be. Test. Oh, wait. Okay, I fixed it. I had him out of tune. Test. Hello. Yo. I hate being sober. What's up, chat? What'd I miss yesterday? Hey, Black History Month. Does it feel like Black History Month to y'all? I feel like, okay, this is gonna be my hot take for the day. Or one of my hot takes for the day. I feel like the Overton window, especially as it pertains to like race, has shifted so far that's like people aren't even doing like performative Black History Month stuff anymore. You know what I mean? Like we got a CIA tweet for I think MLK Day that everybody dunked on, but like you're not even seeing like performative companies like doing like Black History Month stuff. You're not even seeing like people don't even talk about Black History Month. Apparently Twitch like is doing like their Black Brilliance tab thing, but they didn't tell me about it, so maybe I'm washed. Last year they were like, hey, we're doing this Black Brilliance thing, you can apply for it and it'll be super cool and awesome. Together for Black Brilliance Twitch activation. And now we're just like, bro, F you. funniest thing I've seen in Fortnite, and I'm not even joking. I'm sure when on Piers Morgan was strange. See, why do y'all know that? Talk about Kelly Hammer again? Yes. Because there's a new video that was posted literally right after I ended stream. So we're gonna watch that video. We're gonna watch. I saw a video about Linus Tech Tips up here on my feed from this dude who says why I left Linus Tech Tips. So I kind of want to see that. There's this whole thing with like Jasmine Crockett and Colin Allred and like the Texas Democratic Party primary. It's a whole thing. See this from Minecraft for Black History Month? I did see this from Minecraft. You're not a Black Unity Guild member? I thought I was. Or maybe they kicked me out. Who knows? It was like nothing changed from this year to last year. They sent me an email last year about the Black Brilliance tab. I haven't even heard about anything about it from Twitch's side. Like I don't think Twitch has posted anything about it. Oh, I am on there. What? But this is different than the Black Brilliance tab. Together for Black Brilliance and then Black Brilliance. I guess I am on there. But Twitch has not posted anything about it. Twitch hasn't posted anything about it. Twitch is not. Well, do you know what I mean though? Like here, wait, hold on. No, sorry, there was a reel posted on their Twitter. Sorry, there was a reel posted on their Instagram that has 500 likes. So bear with me that I missed that. Let's see what that says. Okay, so I guess they just have a few like isolated shows. I guess that's it. Isn't Dan Clancy doing a podcast now too? Is he for Black History Month? Black History Month podcast? I started watching this stream last year around the same time. I will say I didn't necessarily find it really helped my streams by being on. Like it was a front page. Okay, this is actually a good question. There was a front page. Shelf for Black History Month. Is that still there? That's kind of a good question to pose. Okay, Switch won't even load. Thank you so much, Twitch. If I close my Steam. Okay, that kind of worked. Oh, there is. Well, yeah, this is Black Brilliance. I'm not on this one. That's the weird part. Twitch has two Black Brilliance things, and I'm not on this one. I was on this one from last year, and I'm still on this shelf. I guess they have new people. They don't want to have the same people, I guess. But this only has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 people on it. I don't know. Put the tag on. I don't think that's how that works, right? Because these people don't have the tag on either. It's a thing that Twitch has you like sign up for. Okay, maybe because I did it last year, they were like, okay, we need new people in here, so maybe. I don't know. It feels like this is just different. Here to take on the Jasmine Crockett situation. I have family in Talarico's district, and I know less than nothing about the situation currently. Honestly, it is exactly what I would expect from Jasmine Crockett. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Also, I've literally only been seeing Jujutsu Kaisen, right? I've only been seeing Jujutsu Kaisen discourse, and I won't spoil it, but just know that I've been seeing it. That's all I've been seeing. Not even caught up yet. It's just people arguing about the same thing.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Festus08 just subscribed. Happy BHM chat.
Festus, you were the tier 1. I did see the RDC skin on JJK. I saw it this morning. It was really funny. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Also, there's also Will Stancil discourse. There's a lot of stuff. But what do we start with? I kind of want to start with. I don't want to start with Talarico. Let's see. Talarico. I just bookmarked a lot of this stuff. Oh, here's a thing about Rakai. Apparently, I love dunking on Rakai. Girls looking fire, by the way. Thank you.
And then I said, "What time?"
Jinxie is visibly upset after Rakai's lack of responsibility. At Rakai's lack of responsibility after he canceled their planned stream segment at the last second with no explanation. I don't know why people keep engaging with him, bro. Just let him go back to school.
Do like 6 p.m. EST. He didn't respond for an hour and 20 minutes. And then I said, "Let me know ASAP, please, because I'm about to go live." He said 7 ASAP question mark. Then he said EST. And then he said, "I'm at a shoot right now." And I said, "Yes." Laughing emoji. "Yes, 7 EST is good." And then he said, "Wait, and you can't do tomorrow?" I said, "Tonight is best for me because I have something planned tomorrow. But if you're going to cancel tonight, just let me know so I can move stuff around because I'm about to go live." He said, "I think I can. The shoot is almost over." I said, "No worries. Let me know ASAP." He said, "Locked. What's your Discord?" Then I said, and then he said, "Can you do it Wednesday? I'm still on the way home." 40 minutes later. And then I said, "I'm good for tonight. I can wait if you're a little late." He said, "Bro, I know you might be tight, but is there any way we can reschedule for Wednesday?" And then I didn't respond. That is. And then I said, "What time?"
I mean, to be fair, this seems like normal streamer stuff as well. But like, it's like, yeah, it's Rakai. I didn't expect anything better from Rakai, honestly. Deserved.
On August 6th.
I want to watch this. I will. Man, Coffeezilla is kind of going crazy with the Epstein stuff. Jeez Louise. Linus Tech is firing everybody. Immediate release. I'm being threatened for protecting children. Why am I getting the Sean Ryan show on my feed? Why am I getting Brandon Buckingham on my feed?
It only gets...
Okay, is this loud to anybody else or just me?
I'm suing D'Angelo. So says...
Yeah, this is 40 minutes. Yeah, let's start with this video. We're gonna start with this video, and then we're gonna get to yes. Well, hold on. Before this, we need to start this.
I'm genuinely frustrated.
Video. People who say they're dark woke.
Some of the stuff President Donald J. Trump said yesterday.
Yeah, no, he sucks.
That man is,
Yeah,
in my
no,
opinion, a two-bit con
sucks.
Man in a cheap suit.
Yeah, no, he
It
sucks.
makes me so mad. I just want to throw a homeless person off the George Washington Bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just pissed off. You want to hear me do a Jamaican accent?
You're acting straight.
This is just the...
Finally, the people are waking up, dog. The people are waking up. I said this months ago. Months ago, I said this. And everybody looked at me like I was crazy. Everybody looked at me like I was crazy when I said, I don't know how I'm feeling about it being narc woke. Not sure how I feel about that.
Real me, the me I don't hide anymore. Woke 2.0 is striking with a vengeance.
What do you mean woke 2.0? What happened to woke 1?
It goes woke beta, woke 1, woke 1.7 in 2012. Now, woke 2.0, aka dark woke.
You're like the wokest person I know, sometimes to like an annoying degree a little bit.
Not anymore. Dark woke is all about being woke, but we're like, think again, sweetie. Therapy is bullshit.
Okay.
We're not so precious about language anymore. Stop eating so much, fat ass.
So you're politically and socially conscious, but you're mean about it.
We say slurs now.
You say slurs.
Just one slur.
Just the
Thank you. People tried to gaslight me. Hopefully now that this white man with the mustache is saying it, they'll listen. All right. People tried to gaslight me when I said dark woke is just saying slurs, and then they're like, no, I don't think dark woke is about saying slurs. Like, I don't say slurs. I think it's just about really giving MAGA the taste of their own medicine while saying slurs. And I'm like, see, I told you. I told you it was about the saying slurs part. He's like, no, that's just an afterthought. That's just a side thing, you know. You get to say slurs if you're dark woke, but like you're not dark woke so you can say slurs. You're dark woke and you get to say slurs. It's like tangential and not like directly related.
We are slur.
So you're not even saying it right now.
But if you get me mad enough, I will drop that baby like a nuclear bomb. Also the F slur.
You're not saying the F slur.
I'm working up to it, talking to my therapist about it.
You don't need to be doing all this. You're a nice person. Don't act edgy just because you think that's what the world wants you to do.
I don't know, man. Gen Z scares me. One second they're like, let's abolish capitalism. The next they're like, let's watch a Woody Allen movie.
Since when?
Passage of time is weird, man. We have to keep reinventing ourselves, find new phrases for old things.
Just go to therapy, you gay loser. Come on, I was doing dark woke. I'm sorry.
Oh, is this so true? Because it's so funny because like you have to, this is why the dark woke people are so funny, because you have to watch them try to explain why saying the N-word is bad, right? While they get to just drop the R slur, but why it's okay when they do it. Yo! That's loud! But like why it's okay when they do it. You know what I mean? It's like there's no consistency there, you know. Like, why is it okay if you drop the R slur, but like, you know, as this person was like, call this person a gay loser, it's like, oh, wow, homophobia in the big 2025. You're saying slurs. You're saying slurs. How can you? Where does the mindset go? Like, how do you compartmentalize that? You know what I mean? Like, this is so good. You're gonna start saying the N-word by 2027? I saw a video on Twitter on Twitter. And my first thought was like, no shot. No shot. There are people saying, the person in the video saying it was black. But like, I saw this video and I was just like, no shot. No shot. It was insane. I was see if I could find the video. I don't know where it is. I didn't save it because people were in the comments debunking it, and I did not care enough to
I'm genuinely frustrated at some of the stuff President Donald J. Trump said yesterday.
Yeah, no, he sucks.
That man is,
Yeah,
in my
no,
opinion, a two-bit con
sucks.
man in a cheap suit.
Yeah, no, he
It
sucks.
makes me so mad. I just want to throw a homeless person off the George Washington Bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just pissed off. You want to hear me do a Jamaican accent?
You're acting strange.
This is just the real me, the me I don't hide anymore. Woke 2.0 is striking with a vengeance.
What do you mean woke 2.0? What happened to woke 1?
It goes woke beta, woke 1, woke 1.7 in 2012. Now, woke 2.0, aka dark woke.
You're like the wokest person I know, sometimes to like an annoying degree a little bit.
Not anymore. Dark woke is all about being woke, but we're like, think again, sweetie. Therapy is bullshit.
Okay.
We're not so precious about language anymore. Stop eating so much, fat ass.
So you're politically and socially conscious, but you're mean about it.
We say slurs now.
You say slurs.
Just one slur.
Just the one.
The R slur.
The R. So you're not even saying it right now.
But if you get me mad enough, I will drop that baby like a nuclear bomb. Also the F slur.
You're not saying the F slur.
I'm working up to it, talking to my therapist about it.
You don't need to be doing all this. You're a nice person. Don't act edgy just because you think that's what the world wants you to do.
I don't know, man. Gen Z scares me. One second they're like, let's abolish capitalism. The next they're like, let's watch a Woody Allen movie.
Since when?
Passage of time is weird, man. We have to keep reinventing ourselves, find new phrases for old things.
Just go to therapy, you gay loser. Come on, I was doing dark woke. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What is this Charlie video? Also, yeah, that's the dark woke stuff. I think that's funny as Connery's pants. Yeah, but Connery's pants is also not saying slurs. Let's hope he's not. Right, he's just telling like the vice president to off himself or something. Allegedly. Right, and if that's where like dark woke stayed, it would be one thing. But also it kind of implies that like woke one wasn't doing that. But like woke in the original context referred to like radical black people. And I guarantee you they were yelling at they were yelling at the rich, they were yelling at racist white people. Like this is kind of their thing. Right? Like woke being a tolerance thing, like woke being a open and inclusive, nice to everybody thing was a white people invention. Like it was. You know? It's the same thing about like black language, like AAVE being like how black people culturally speak, that being taken by white people, misinterpreted, and then those same white people being like, oh, you're still using this phrase in 2026, how dare you? You feel me? Like woke was a thing happening in the black community from radical black people, and that was taken by white people. It was commodified, turned into something that it wasn't. And then other white people got mad at this thing like that black people created because white people ruined it. You know? Anyway, I'm glad that people are finally waking up. I'm glad that people are finally waking up.
I know
Finally woke 3. Woke 3. Also, we're gonna watch this stop showing me Stranger Things videos. I will click on every single one of them, please. Please. Stop showing me Stranger Things videos because I will click on every one of them.
So this is Tokyo, huh?
This is the new Jujutsu Kaisen video from RDC.
Yeah.
This shit look just like it do in the movies. Wow! Hey, oh shit! It's on site like that in Tokyo?
Yes, all the time. If only Gojo wasn't locked up, we'll have a chance. Fuck!
Gojo? Who is Gojo? Oh, is one of your niggas locked up?
Yes.
Oh, I feel your pain, bro. I feel my niggas back at home locked up too. Hey, free Gojo, bro.
No, free Gojo for real. Like without the 6 eyes God, this world is out of balance.
That's crazy to call a nigga a god, I ain't gonna lie.
Nigga, what? Do you got these or something?
What, hands?
Yes.
Yeah, I got these. The fuck is you talking about? Look! Nigga, I'm from the code.
The code.
Everybody got these.
The code has a jujutsu school.
We got whatever you need, nigga. Jujutsu schools, we got.
That's good.
Hold on, nigga, am I tripping or we at the beach?
Beach.
We at the beach, right?
What the beach? What the fuck? What the fuck? We got caught! We're caught in this shit! We're about to die! Do you understand?
What?
We're about to die! What is the way? Calm yourself.
What?
Have you never been in a fight before?
I just love the idea of like a normal jujutsu sorcerer in JJK, you know? Like, what do, bro? You're not special grade. We know you're not about it like that. Like if you were in that world, you would be like Miwa. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have a technique, but you would be like bad with what you do have. Like you'd have like low curse energy. Like you're not even gonna be Kusakabe, bro. You're gonna be Miwa who straight up gets murked by like Maki, pre-awakening Maki. You know? Yo, chillax.
Bitch, you the most scared.
But also like you're just chilling, and then just like boom. You're on the beach, you know? Like, what are you gonna do? Maybe the classmates getting slimed? True.
Me? What are you talking about? You just
Get back to back.
Okay.
Whatever I have to say, or we will die.
Okay, I'm listening. What's the domain?
Listen, a domain expansion is an advanced barrier technique that amplifies the user's curse technique and grants a guaranteed hit on all of its attacks. But of course, there's a fix for this, and it's called a simple domain. A barrier technique fueled by the user's curse energy to serve a purpose. It originated as a defense from the domain expansion with the binding bound.
How the fuck you want me to listen to all this and read this shit, bro?
Listen to me! Listen or we're gonna die!
Okay.
A
Nigga,
barrier
are you
technique
reading off the phone?
Yes, it's my notes.
Nigga, let me read it.
No, it's mine! But binding vows are necessarily needed.
Special grade curse Leland Manigo approaches with his curse tool, Poseidon's Brush. Poseidon's Brush is known as one of the oldest and strongest curse tools in Jujutsu history. With one brush on the waves of the user's head, sound amplifies through the waves and shreds the insides of the opponent. No opponent can survive a direct hit, besides Gojo.
Thanks, bro.
I'm about to use my simple domain!
The translator did say that you can't stop it unless you was Gojo. Fuck. Hey, bro, I promise I'll go back to America, bro. I promise.
Nah, nigga. You in the culling games now.
Yeah, but I had read the rules. I'm only worth 1 point. That shit kind of weak, to be honest.
And I need that.
No! Ah! That one man fucked your shit up.
Hey.
Stop that. No, I'm just saying that was only one man. How did?
It's done. In ashes.
Okay, Ozai, that was a bar.
I think we just need to coordinate our attacks. Focus on one enemy at a time. Sounds good.
That shit's not gonna work.
Huh?
Okay, that's ready.
Come on, back.
Yeah, green screens with the little markers on them. All right, I see you, RDC. Spoilers. I see Martian Manhunter. I leave a like. Martian Manhunter is one of the most consistently disrespected characters in DC. I stand on that. I stand on that.
On June 17th,
Like, I would say a little bit more disrespected than Shazam, right? But Billy is a child. You know, Billy is a child, so some of the decisions that Shazam makes and how they characterize him can be explained by Billy being a child. But like Martian Manhunter is like a grown adult, and they got him. They say he's stronger. It's like literally, tell don't show. You know what I mean? They're just telling us how strong he is, but when demonstrating it, he gets packed up in an instant because he can't take away from the actual main cast. To be fair, I don't read Martian Manhunter comics themselves, so maybe I should. Presuming that happened like 20 years ago at this point. Well, I haven't seen it, so yeah. Anyway, let's get to this video that I saw. Why I left Linus Tech Tips. So apparently there's been like this whole discourse thing going on about Linus. We talked about him last year. We talked about him when with this.
We need to talk about this big Linus.
Right? Investigation finds employee harassment claims against LTT were false. Right? Since like this, but like geez Louise, like Linus just has a bunch of people.
All right, this next one.
This is probably the angriest I've been at an employee. Like this is a meme. But like the people have just been fired upon fired upon fired from Linus's company. Which, I mean, as a company, it happens, but like, not everybody needs to make an expose video if it's not like super terrible. But like, you know, from what it seems, I don't know. Is he famously not so pro workers' rights? Yeah, he says that his workers have no reason to unionize, and if his worker unionized, then it's a failure on his part. So he hates unions. Okay, he didn't say he hates unions, but like, you know, get the vibe.
Of last year, after spending nearly 10 years, almost half of my life at Linus Media Group, the company behind channels like Linus Tech Tips, Short Circuit, Tech Quickie, and more, I decided it was time for a change. I packed my things, said my goodbyes, and left the office and company I poured so much of myself, the entirety of my adult life, and many of my high school years into for the last time.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. Like, it's PC. Yeah, I don't judge somebody's character by how nice they are to Hassan, honestly. Like, you know, people, like, yeah, everybody makes fun of Hassan, you know? That's just the case.
Honestly, I had pretty much settled on not making this video. It's just been kind of a long time since I left, and it's taken me a really long time to feel like I'm emotionally and mentally prepared to talk about this. And to be frank, I still don't think I 100% am, but as my therapist likes to say, it's important to talk about your feelings. So why don't we do it? Working at LTT was my first real job.
I don't think he saw either. Like, he took half of the stands off of it so that it could actually like lean left. It was a meme in a bit. But like, I think Linus just has so much other stuff going against him that, like, you know, it's kind of crazy.
Bye, Arlo. One that I literally found on was my first real job. To talk about your feelings. So why don't we do it? Working at LTT was my first real job. Bye, Arlo. One that I literally found on Craigslist and started when I was in high school, which meant taking the bus for nearly 2 hours either way after school or on the weekend. But I didn't care. As a fan of the channel and so many other STEM channels, it was a dream job. And to say that it's been a massive part of my life, one that shaped a not insubstantial part of who I am, would be an understatement. In the early years, it was amazing. Sure, there were challenges, but when every day is a new adventure, it's easy to excuse a bit of hardship given the thrill I got from it. I was originally hired as a general laborer, back when the channel had just over 2 million subscribers.
I mean, like, that's probably an accurate description, but that seems like a kind of a crazy description for a job. It's just like, it's basically saying intern without saying intern. You just do whatever we want you to do. General laborer. You pick up coffee if you tell you to pick up coffee. You lift boxes and you do some, you know, you help build chairs. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it seems like a crazy description for a job.
Hilariously, it's a job title that didn't get updated on my pay stubs, I think probably for a year after. It's a job title that didn't get updated on my pay.
How much did he get paid? That's what I'm looking for. I don't know how to read this. 80 hours. Amount $1,400. That's $16 an hour. That doesn't sound right at all. Shiver can't read pay slips. Yeah, not when it's freaking Canadian. That ain't right. Thank you. See, that doesn't make sense, does it? These numbers were a joke.
Pay stubs, I think probably for a year after it changed. But it didn't really matter, since while I did end up working on a bunch of different things, a sort of general kind of guy, almost none of it was what I was actually hired for. You see, Yvonne wanted me to help organize the warehouse, and while I did eventually make it through the giant mail pile, it would grow every day by more than I could usually get through. What I really ended up doing with my 16 or so hours a week was helping Linus with projects, like tearing down the original 7 Gamers 1 CPU build, which I think I did in my first week, testing water blocks for water cooling through the ages, and even water cooling a PS4. Admittedly, not very well, but it did at least work.
Why is it broken, Karen?
And the curiosity didn't stop there. I'd be lying if I said going down memory lane for this video didn't have me feeling like some kind of way. You just kind of forget about all the cool stuff you've done after you've been at it for so long. There was 16K gaming, 6 editors, 1 CPU, more than 1 crazy desk PC, a whole season of Secret Shopper, and of course, we even had an LTT Minecraft server. Over the years, I wore a lot of hats. So much so that it's what's written on my 5-year service award thing. I was the Arlo? Are you just gonna have a nap in there? I was the logistics person before we had a logistics team, handled almost all of the IT infrastructure for the company, from around 20 people to, let's say, 80 or so, by myself for a lot of it. And
I mean, he should not have been getting paid, like, if it was $16 an hour, he should not get paid $16 an hour for all of this work. Criticism of Linus, but I don't think he's a bad guy. We haven't even gotten to his criticism of Linus yet. And I do think Linus is a bad guy, in that, like, he's a capitalist boss who will exploit his workers if it means that he makes more money. And if you think that that's the bad guy or not a bad guy, that, you know, that's up to personal interpretation.
Eventually, a while after Alex, Emily, and James got hired on as the first writers for the channel, I graduated high school and became a full-time writer too, which I neglected to mention and then just started showing up every day. Sorry. After a few years, I also ended up becoming the LTT writing team supervisor, helping the other writers with their projects, approving purchases, doing one-on-ones, running our weekly content meetings, all of that while also trying to make videos. And most of this is years before we even got to renovating Linus's house. It was a lot. And to be honest, there was actually a point a few years ago where I almost quit as well, just purely because of the stress of trying to do both. But I made the decision to try going back to just writing, and I'm really glad I did, because looking back on all those years, I got to play with and learn about tech I never would have otherwise. I got to design and build servers that power more than one creator's YouTube production. I got to set a Guinness World Record with computers. Hell, I even got to put a silly wing on Pluscar alongside folks I've watched for years. And that's just the projects. I also got to meet so many incredible people, both creators and coworkers, many of whom I'm still fortunate to call friends, and some who I even get to work with to this day. But most importantly, I had the opportunity and honor to share the things I learned and experienced with all of you. And hell, I even got to meet some of you at LTX, which was an absolute blast. It's something I don't take for granted.
Tech conference? It's LTX. No, it's just a hardware computer conference, I think. No, it's Linus Tech Expo. No, it is Linus Tech Conference.
Granted, and at the time, I genuinely feared losing. So for everyone who's watching here on my own channel, thank you. And if you're new here, the most important thing I can probably bestow upon you in this video is that I have a ton of exciting stuff coming, whether it's building a data center in my house, kitting out my own studio hopefully, and who knows, maybe actually making car content at some point. If that sounds cool to you, why not get subscribed? And I would super appreciate it. To Linus and Yvonne, and I guess Luke, since apparently he's the one that told them they should hire me after I started pointing out like bad design decisions on the case I had to tear down in the technical interview, I wouldn't be where I am today had you not taken a chance on a silly 15-year-old. Thank you. Which is to say, leaving LMG was probably the hardest decision I've ever had to make. I think I said it best in a letter I sent to them a few days after handing in my resignation, which read, in part, sometimes you have to cut off the old, this is giving me chills already. Sometimes you have to cut off the old branches to make space for the new ones to grow. I just genuinely did not foresee the branch I'd be cutting off myself to be Linus Media Group. It's probably the biggest branch on my life tree at this point, and it took a lot of me, probably a larger piece than I'd like to admit, to start hacking away. But at some point, even after things are looking up, you have to start taking care of the rest of yourself and not just the parts you want people to see. When you've been at a job for that long, it's natural.
You cursed him out.
things to change. I changed. I mean, I started when I was 15 and ended when I was 25, so that makes sense. The people change. Sometimes people leave. And of course, the company's gonna change, especially as that company grew from around 10 people when I started to over 100 when I left. Back in the day, it felt like we all fought in the trenches together, working as a team to share.
He's a guy who worked at Linus Tech Tips and then left.
This thing we all held so dear to our little fragile nerd hearts with the rest of the world, and to inspire others that share that passion and to be proud of it. It was really cool, and it still is really cool. When I started working on videos, I got to have a hand in everything. The idea, conquering any engineering or technical challenges, building the things, testing the things, and ultimately writing, co-hosting, and working with the editors to deliver finished videos that so many of you watched. It's just that over time, it went from that to a constant, what can be delegated to someone else? Which in my case, where the videos I worked on were mostly based on things I wanted to learn about, it was really challenging to do. I didn't necessarily know how it was gonna go. It also meant that as soon as a shoot wrapped, the question turned to, well, who can finish this off? And that led to the projects feeling kind of incomplete, which, given how my ADHD brain works, meant that I got a feeling of maybe relief that something was finally over, instead of a feeling of accomplishment that I had achieved, learned, finished something. It just made it hard to feel proud of the work I was doing, especially since that work was being showed to the public. Combine that with the loss of team members you hope you work with forever, things naturally getting more corporate as headcount increased, going through major controversies more than once, resulting in processes and policies created in the span of a week that no one spent the time to ask if actually made sense later on. And slowly, the thing you signed up for changes into something completely different. And in my case, it started to turn this thing I loved into something I kind of despised. And I wasn't the only team member who felt like this, which I hated. And I also kind of hated that I hated that. I don't know. It's really hard to see something that you put so much into.
Why I left the left video about OTT. We're gonna have some. Oh, he didn't leave the left, chatter. What are you talking about? He's just, I don't think this guy's a leftist. He's talking about why he left Linus Tech Tips specifically.
Become something you don't really want to be a part of. So in the weeks and months before what ended up being my departure, I gave a specific list of ultimatums. Things I needed changed for this to still work for me, and things I knew that resonated with the rest of the team, so that if ultimately I didn't stick around, it would still benefit them. And while I don't know exactly for sure what ended up changed, I do know that at least some of what I asked for was listened to. And to be clear, I'm not the only person who pushed for change, so this is by no means me taking credit. I just hope that for the current and next generation of LMG staff, that things continue to look upwards. And to Linus and Yvonne, guys, everyone knows you made sacrifices.
You know the funniest part about this? The funniest part about this is that this literally would be less of a problem if they actually allowed a union to form. Again, it won't fix all problems. There's some, I think there's some misconception on the left that like just unionize and then things will be solved, right? There are some problems that a union just cannot fix. Right, structural hurdles that a union will not be able to solve, right? And you end up having a situation where the entire team, even with the union, still leaves because the union came too late, you know? And so it's rough, right? But you know, it would mitigate at least some of these problems, right? So that maybe this guy is not, you know, helped by the union, but the next person who joins LMG, right? Or maybe the next person, maybe the next person, maybe the next person.
To get where you are and to be able to support a team of this size. And there's a lot of things you guys did right. Just don't forget that many of those same people made massive sacrifices and braved many a storms on your behalf as well. Ultimately, it came to a head around feeling valued, And I'm far from the only person who felt that way. After 3+ years of my total comp remaining effectively the same, while affordability was getting worse and worse, especially in Vancouver, one of the least affordable areas to live in the world, you kind of start thinking while you're—
Dang, it beat out Los Angeles? That's rough, buddy.
One of the least affordable areas to live.
Linus doing union busting? Linus has been doing union busting. Like Linus has been anti-union for years. And he would be union busting for years. Not in the like overt, like, oh, you try to unionize, I fire you kind of way that we know of, right? But in like a cultural kind of way. Like, we're a family, and man, it would make me really sad if you broke up this family by unionizing. And I don't think that you should unionize, because it makes me super sad and stuff. So you don't, if you unionize, it make me feel all sad and stuff. So don't unionize, please. Nix, can you sit down? Sit. Go sit. Go sit. What? What is your deal? What is your problem? Hey. 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 Stop. 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 She's trying to bite my arm. She's trying to bite my arm. Get her. Chat, get her. Get her, chat, get her. Get her. Hey, baby girl. Okay, stop. Here. You know what? I got something for you. I think you'll like it. Here, have this napkin. Chat, she ate my shoe, by the way. She was like $200. Tore the laces up, but I was like that's fine. But then she tore up these parts. She tore out this part. Tore out this, obviously. Favorite character? No, she freaking ruined it. Ruined, I say. I don't know how she got to it, bro.
In the world, you kind of start thinking while you're working on your boss's third house, if you're ever going to be able to buy a house.
Ooh.
For the rest—
Ooh, hold on. That was a bar. Run it back.
One of the least affordable areas to live in the world. You kind of start thinking while you're working on your boss's third house, if you're ever going to be able to buy a house. And
fair. It's fair. And it puts the Linus's union comments in extra context. I think I had a video I was working on where I looked into some of his anti-union comments. Where's it at? No. No, it's this video. Yeah. Wait, do I actually have 25 pages of a script that I just did not post? I have a full 25-page script that I wrote, and I just didn't edit it and record it and post it. Man, it's rough. Linus Tech Tips is this section in here. But here are Linus's thoughts about unions. And this one too.
I love the community that sprouted up around me.
This is the finale of Stranger Things? Yes.
I love
the
community that sprouted up. System, right? There's nothing quite like it, is there? And I was sitting, just kind of using it as part of an example by getting a powerful CPU all becoming irrelevant. Like, are you buying it? Honestly, my stance on this isn't, well, account, there's just, I mean, it's literally always been a problem for one reason or another. You're totally right.
Wearing Teddy Fresh? No, this is his own, he's like his tertiary YouTube channel's merch. He has like 3 of them.
Regarding Linus's stance on unionizing, at a certain headcount, there's just a need for some representation of employees. This should not be about failing as a boss, but having a structure where every employee has the ability to get his voice heard.
I don't know.
People are talking about.
Let's go back to 2027. Sorry, 2027. Sorry, time traveler. I forgot. Let's go back to 2020. Actually, this is the start of it.
It's
hated English with a passion until grade 11.
My parents are both teachers, and I remember my mom telling me, and I was horrified. I was complaining about a bad teacher, and she's like, "Well, nothing's going to change because, as the saying goes, you have to be caught with a live boy or a dead girl." And I was like, "Excuse me, mother, as the saying goes, what now?" But that's how powerful the BCTF was, at least at that time.
Wait, sorry, who quoted this?
This is my mother. You've met my mom. It shouldn't surprise you.
What?
So, to be clear, I'm not for all-powerful unions that make it so you cannot get rid of bad workers, but you also can't completely take away employee rights. That's not right either.
Yeah, unions stop that from happening. Who's gonna stop them from doing that, Linus, if it's not the unions? You know what I mean? This is his rant about unions in Prop 22.
But when you've got these literal billion-dollar companies that are going, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. We're far too poor to make people actual employees." Bullshit.
Like, he's not incorrect about like Prop 22 and like what the companies are advocating for and why it's like, you know, why it's bad with what they're advocating for. But like then he's like, and this is why unions are not good, kind of thing.
Single worker at Linus Media Group, except for the one that stubbornly refuses to become an employee because he has like other gig work that he does, and it makes more taxation sense for him to continue to be a contractor. We still give him all the benefits that like he has. So he pays independently into a dental plan. We just give him extra cash for it. Like, we still make sure he's taken care of, but everyone other than that is an employee. They have full-time hours with mostly predictable schedules. That is not an unfair thing to ask. The year is 2020. Like,
yeah, and like North America is even like behind places like EU in terms of like time off laws and like all this other kind of stuff. So like denying even that much is like kind of wild.
So, yeah. I'm not saying the union system is perfect, and I've got people in the chat that are talking about union dues. Yeah, I mean, if unions are charging you unreasonable dues and not sticking up for your rights, yeah, I'd be mad too.
I used to work at a place, and I'm going to name drop it. I used to work at a place called the Canada Bread Factory.
Oh yeah,
you had to be a part of the union to work there, and I just wanted a job between semesters of post-secondary. That's all I wanted. And the worst person to deal with at that entire place was our union rep.
This is the funniest thing that comes from some people who are like anti-union, because I do understand where that perspective comes from, right? But it comes from like a very individualistic, like self-centered perspective, right? Because you not being in a union and you being hired as a non-union worker at a union facility serves to undercut everybody else who works at that facility. Right? They are literally hiring you if you are non-union. Like there's the reason why companies want to hire you. Companies want to hire people who are non-union at union facilities because they can get away with paying them, right? Either less money to try to undercut the union workers, or paying them more money to get people to leave the union so the union has less power, so that further down the line they can undercut workers, you know, at the facility. That's the idea, right? Unions only work right? When there is a level of solidarity there between everybody who works at a facility, right? And so yeah, it could be frustrating that you want like a part-time seasonal gig where it's like low lift and or whatever, and the big meanie bobini union boss is, you know, being very strict about union dues, you know. But like those rules are there in place for some reason. Not saying that there's not corrupt unions. I'm not saying that there's not unions who don't work for the betterment of like the entire facility, right? But by and large, it's the union's job to advocate on the behalf of the workers as a whole, right? Basically, this is like being a scab and being mad that you can't scab effectively. You know what I mean? The scab is like, man, I hate unions. I want to be able to scab. Why are they not letting me scab? I want to go in and undercut workers at this facility, but the union says I can't do that because it's illegal or whatever. Oh, I hate unions. You know what I mean? We're gonna find our first union contract at my job, and company essentially is trying to work around by hiring people by bringing in temp workers in union positions. Yeah, that's scabbing. Right, and I'm sure those temp workers who, you know, you hold some resentment for will be like, man, I hate unions. They really don't like me here. I'm not being treated very well by this workforce. This is why unions are bad or whatever. Like you're literally undercutting the existence of a union in the first place. Instead of hiring these folks on we brought up to HR and they just fired the temps and blamed the union. Exactly. No beef with temps at all. I just want them to be hired full time, make the union stronger. Yeah, but if that temp worker wants to be like, no, I don't want to do that or whatever, right? And then that's basically what I think Luke's position is here. Not saying that he was a temp worker or a scab, but like that's kind of where that mindset comes from. Have the right to be paid less and have less rights. That's how some people feel. Legitimately, that is. I'm not even joking. How deep like anti-union propaganda goes. Some people would rather, and it could be fair, like that's a lot of white workers historically in this country, right? They're like, oh, if if all workers get paid more, nah, those blacks are getting paid more too. How dare, I'll take a pay cut. Boss, please spit in my mouth and step on me if it means you're gonna do that to that guy over there too. You know what I mean? Like, that people do believe that. That's how people go about their day. Buddy works at ISP Tech with a union. To be clear, they love their union and would rather have one than not. But one major complaint is the senior employees have no requirements to take on new training and thus only ever do the most basic installs. So Buddy is punished for doing the training because now he's one of the only people who can do those jobs. Yeah, but that's also not really a union specific problem, because the lack of training is something that exists in all industries. Like if there was no union, I think that would still be a problem as well. So like, this is how again, there are situations where unions fail and don't necessarily do what they need to do. But by and large, every one of those situations would be worse without a union. Right? Because nothing fundamentally changes with the job structure. Like the structure of the job is still the same. Like you're still going to show up, you're still going to do your job. It's just about who holds the power. And unless your CEO is literally a genius who is unable to be matched by anybody else, as it pertains to how much knowledge they have, which by and large is almost never the case, then it doesn't matter. You have to chill out, doggy, please.
And he didn't like me, so he would on purpose. I was on call. He would on purpose make sure that I was called roughly 8 hours after my previous shift had ended. So I would go work and then have my day, and then right when I was going to sleep.
Like again, I don't even disagree that this is. I'm not disputing this is happening. Right? I'm not even disputing that this is happening. But this happens at companies without unions as well. And you have very little recourse there. You know what I mean? At the very least, with a union, there are union elections that you can vote out those people. Right? You could. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, jeez, little freaking wheeze. Ugh. What are you doing? Oh my freaking goodness graciousness. Let's continue.
He would try to call me every time. He was
like
just
to come in.
Yeah.
Why?
And if I refused, then he would skip me next time around. Because he just like didn't like me. I have a theory that he didn't like me.
I get it. You're not very likable, so yeah, there's that.
I have a theory that he didn't like me because I think he didn't like my brother who used to work there.
Large Hero 7 thing with the 17 months.
Oh, wow.
Like you can't get rid of him because he's the union guy, and like no matter how.
That's not true. Unions are democratic structures. You definitely can. Right? He's describing a job. He's describing like working at a job and having a bad manager as if that's the same thing as having a bad union representative. Right? First of all, why is his union rep calling him in? You know what I mean? Like your union rep doesn't have the unless it's like a different structure under like his specific company. Your union rep is not your boss. Right? They don't have power to be like, hey, you have to come in right now. How dare you not? Unless it's for something directly pertaining to like union structure, or like your boss wants to call you in, you need to have a representation, like a representative in that meeting. Like, unless that is your boss who is just also in the union, who just also happens to be the union rep, who just doesn't like you, that would be a different thing. But your representative for your union does not have power over your day-to-day job. Not like not like specifically. Okay, I don't know, maybe it's different in wherever they are. Canada.
How much, and like I wasn't
non-union jobs can have terrible managers who mess with your schedule as well. That's just how automatic indictment on unions. Yeah. How is it an automatic indictment on you? Exactly. Right? Because he could have a boss that like also does that, and you have less recourse if it's legitimately your boss, right? If it's legitimately your manager, you have less recourse there because you have no avenue except for like maybe going through HR for like targeted harassment. But okay, HR worked for the company, or maybe I don't know, maybe how I don't know. Like maybe you can go to like their boss and get them fired, or try to get some reprimand happening. But like with the union, if somebody is a part of the union, is a part of the union leadership structure, right? There are votes for that, right? And you can vote them out. And the union also has its own like accountability structure where somebody can be removed if they are, not fulfilling the obligations of their role in the union as well. So the idea that there's nothing you can do is, maybe accurate. I just don't know. But there is less you can do if there is no union. It's kind of the point.
The only person there that had an issue with him, and I wasn't the only person there that he messed with. And when he would like go away sick, this other lady that worked at the union office would handle all of our stuff. She was amazing. But like he was a dink and we couldn't do anything to get rid of him or deal with it and all this. And there was like other issues that we had and it was taken out of my paycheck when it didn't benefit me in any way.
Like, I mean, that's what dues are, right? And like you were benefited by the union because again, the union existed before you were there, right? The amount you get paid is because the union existed in the first place. Like, among other things. Benefits, right? Workplace conditions. I just don't believe him, honestly. That's kind of my perspective. I'm not even saying that unions can't be bad and unions can't be corrupt, but his story just does not line up, in my personal opinion, for how unions exist to operate. From my knowledge. Maybe it's different in British Columbia or Vancouver or wherever they are. I don't know. I know Linus is from British Columbia.
And all I wanted was more money to go back to school. It sucked. But
wait, what's the deal with supermarket unions? Like Walmart unions? Are they like the cops?
There are also lots and lots and lots of cases where unions have came in and like stopped massive problems. So it's an interesting, I don't know.
People are talking about
so the kind is kind of the point. What does he mean that they couldn't do anything against the guy? That's my point. I don't know. I have no idea. When he's like, there's nothing we can do about this guy. Unless he's talking about like being under a parent union. Like he could be in a like a subsidiary union to like a parent union. And he's talking about like the representative from that union. Like think of like SEIU being like the overall parent union, and then you have like a specific store who has their own union that is covered under the umbrella of the SEIU. Maybe like he's talking about like the SEIU representative who comes to their union is mean and bad and they don't like him, but then that guy wouldn't be calling him into work. So I don't think that that's the case either. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Loves unions until his own employees try to unionize. You know what? Honestly, I would just be like personally offended if my employees tried to unionize. We work really hard to be good to people. And so
he said he would be personally offended if his employees tried to unionize to his employee.
Them to basically, if my employees tried to unionize, we work really hard to be good to people. And so for them to basically say, yeah, it's not enough, would be like pretty upsetting.
For someone who genuinely cares, I can definitely understand how that would, I probably couldn't understand in the past, but now I can definitely understand how that would be taken very personally.
John Campbell here says, Linus, you have no clue what you're talking about here in California where I live. If not for that law that the people passed, there'd be no Uber. Is that what Uber told you?
I do love even here. He just cut off his employee, but it's a podcast, so it's whatever. These are legal statements he's making. Well, he's not in the U.S. He's in Canada, so the laws may be different.
Is that what they said?
If he was in the U.S., this could definitely be seen as union busting tactics. There's also not like the NLRB did anything about it. Am I still being anti-union, or is this old? This is old, but we got here from watching this video about why this person, Jacob, left Linus Tech Tips. And some of the same problems are coming up time and time again with everybody leaving Linus Tech Tips, right? And a lot of these problems could be solved if, there was a union at LMG.
Yeah, that's a good one. There'd be no Uber. Okay, sure.
Okay.
There's a break.
Uber might be more expensive. Like, okay, yeah. you know?
I'm not remotely. Yeah, I don't know. That's it.
All right.
Anyway, so this is the preamble that Linus is readdressing here 3 years later, essentially.
Regarding Linus's stance on unionizing, at a certain headcount, there's just a need for some representation of employees. This should not be about failing as a boss, but having a structure where every employee has the ability to get his voice heard. Well, it's not 100, I can tell you that much. Honestly, my stance on this isn't gonna change. If people felt like we weren't taking care of them, yeah, I would feel like we failed. If you wanna interpret that as a bad thing, you can, but you're reaching pretty hard. Legally, I cannot put up any kind of barriers to unionization here, so I never would. But if it was necessary, yeah, I'd feel like we suck. We have a hot
This is a barrier to unionization. This is union busting.
take from the one and only Andy.
Right, so he dropped this here. And he talked about it again in 2022, I believe, before this video came out. He's very consistent, at least, on hating unions.
Former video editor for a tech channel that toured my studio. Wow, that really narrows it down. I don't know who you are, though. I'm sorry. What protections do you have in place for your staff? Would you support a unionization of stash/camera crew under YouTube creators? Is YouTube creators a thing?
I think he means like, I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm not super up on. Is it a thing?
So I've made it very clear in the past.
Is this the? Yeah, I've heard of this.
I've made it very clear in the past that I feel that if our staff felt like they needed a union, I would consider that, and Yvonne too, we would both consider it personal failures. Here in Canada, there's absolutely nothing that we'd be able to do to prevent it, legally speaking. So if they decided that they wanted to approach their engagement with their employer that way, there's absolutely nothing that we could do to challenge them on it. It's actually sort of baffling to me that it is possible to have such blatant, like just brazen anti-organizing policies in place in our neighbors to the south. I don't get it. What protections do you have in place for your staff? I mean, really...
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't really know.
I mean,
we have like a dental plan. I'm not really 100% sure what you're asking. There's a lot of legal protections for employees just in general in Canada. Like my wife and I joke sometimes it's easier to get a divorce than to fire an employee. Like it's actually very difficult. So I don't really feel like they need additional protections to be.
Wasn't there a video that we had open? This video came out 4 months ago. Why Linus Tech Tips fired us. We'll get to this in a second, but
perfectly honest with you. I know that in the States, particularly in states where they have at-will employment, it's a totally different story. There's basically no protection whatsoever. You can just dismiss someone for any reason at any time, and they're entitled to like nothing.
Yeah, it's not true.
But that is not the case up here at all.
Yeah.
Obvious Lobster says probably like an anonymous report line for HR. So we do have a third-party HR firm. We do have, if anyone ever had a problem with me, they could take it up with Yvonne, and we do take that anonymity and we do take that privacy very seriously. If they have an issue.
If people had a problem with me, they can take it up with my wife, who also runs this company with me. I love that. His wife is the HR. No. They have a third-party HR service, but they said outside of that, you know, if they want to handle things like interpersonally, they can go to my wife about issues that they have with me.
Issue that is so big that they can't trust either of us with it. Frankly, we've failed them anyway. I don't know what we could possibly do to resolve it. I think that overall, we try to do a really good job of addressing people's concerns. And
Bro said if there's such an issue that is too big for either of us to deal with interpersonally, then it's too big for us to deal with. So, sucks to suck. I love that.
I don't know what to tell you guys. Laddie says, the thing is, every bad boss in the world says you don't need a union, I'm a good boss. The reality is sometimes your interests will not align with your staff, and relying on you being a good guy is them taking a risk. Being in a union doesn't change anything. If you're a good enough boss, the union never needs to be involved. That's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
the correct way of looking at it. If you're such a good boss, and then the workers having a little bit more power won't matter. It's just like, okay, this is like I don't know. It's like being a cop a little bit. You know, you're a cop, you're walking around and be like, no, I'm a good cop. The community loves me. You're like, okay, give the community a gun. They're like, whoa, okay, let's not go that far. Like, no. If you're such a good cop and the community loves you, give them a gun. No, shot, they don't need a gun. Why would they need a gun? What, do you think they're gonna use it on you? I feel like if they shot me, I would have felt like I failed. Like, yeah, you would have failed at that point. He's like, but I'm just a good boss. I feel like if they felt like they needed a gun to protect themselves from me, I would feel like a failure. So they shouldn't have a gun at all. I should be the one with the gun. Only me. He's like, but I'm a good cop though. So like the community loves me. Yeah, if they love you so much, you wouldn't have a problem with them just having a gun. You're like, nope, no gun for them, please. It kind of feels like, just by the way you're talking about that, you don't think the community actually loves you as much as you say. Because you are so against them having a gun. It's like that. Like if your company is so good to work for, there should be no problem with a union. You know? There should be no issue with the union at all. The same mentality that the Hershey owner who made a town full of white people started to demand more from their work, and he felt slighted and offended by the very notion, or more pay for their work.
But I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to see eye to eye with you on that.
And honestly,
agree that a lot of
like that's fine. You don't have to. That's why your workers should still unionize. Right? It's not necessarily your job to see eye to eye with the workers. I don't care if you see eye to eye with them, right? They're the people whose labor goes into making the company be what it is. If it wasn't, they wouldn't have been hired in the first place. And it wouldn't be a problem. So just let them unionize. Does your union will come in handy when you don't see eye to eye? True.
Of bad employers probably would say you don't need a union, but in our case, we are
and actively do.
Yeah, we're constantly trying to figure out how to make LMG a better place to work. That's not going to change.
Yes.
So there you go.
And I think there's been constant improvements over the years.
Well, I should hope so. I mean, in the early days, it was not great.
Anyway, so from all of that, going back to this line.
Far from the only person who felt that way. After 3+ years of my total comp remaining effectively the same, while affordability was getting worse and worse, especially in Vancouver, one of the least affordable areas to live in the world, you kind of start thinking while you're working on your boss's third house, if you're ever going to be able to buy a house. And for the record, I don't own this one, I'm just renting. So I started to take an earnest.
So yeah. Yeah. So do we see the direct through line between Linus being so anti-union and why his employees are leaving for other endeavors in the first place? Right? It's not about you being a bad boss. You become a bad boss when you have that mentality. Right? I don't think Linus is a bad boss just because of the way he interacts interpersonally with his employees. Right? The alleged harassment, the massive controversies and the scams he's promoted and hasn't taken accountability for, and the false testing and stuff like that. Like, you know, I don't think he's a bad boss for any of that stuff. Right? It comes from his mentality of how he views his workers. Right? He views the company as his baby, which I understand why he does that. Right? It makes sense. But like his view on unions as employees, if they ask for a union that they will disappoint him, that's no different than union busting. It's no different. right? I'm sure there is no union at Linus Tech Tips because of Linus's very public, right? Very public position on unions. He has his employees standing next to him in 3 of these clips, basically, or in 2 of these clips, where he's saying about how disappointed he would be if his staff unionized. Right? Why would this person ever sign onto a union if he knew that that's what would make his boss super sad and stuff? You know what I mean? That would make his boss super upset and he wouldn't like it very much. And now you have people being fired. We'll get to that in a second.
So this is Tokyo.
French prosecutors are.
Or is it? I lost it. Oh, here. Being fired, which we'll get to this in a second as well, and leaving because they feel stagnant. Right? Well, you're on your 3rd house and they can't even buy one of their own.
Earnest look at my worth, something I procrastinated for years and ignored, really. I explored the revenue that the videos I produced generated. I applied for and fielded a few job offers, think like infrastructure, IT kind of work. It would have been pretty different than making YouTube videos, but it would have been something new. And ultimately, LMG made the choice to not accept nor counter the amount I asked for, which it's perfectly within the right to do. The job market is one that's cutthroat by its
He
very
worked
nature.
here when there were 10 employees, right? For 10 years. Linus in this time has, again, bought 2 houses working on his 3rd. And they would rather let him go than to acquiesce to a little bit more pay. Nearly half his life. Yeah. Over a third of his life. From 15 to 25, bro.
And so, with the knowledge and skills I'd learned along the way, the support of my recently fired friends and my partner, and after just about giving my parents a heart attack in search of something better for my family, I quit. Throughout the many late night chats, it took me to come to terms with the idea of leaving this thing. It was really all I knew. I was reminded of the term LMG lifer. It's what we used to call the OG team members. Back then, I thought it was pretty cool to work at a place where so many of the people thought they'd hang around forever, or even just for longer than they cared to plan for. It's something that, as silly as it seems now in retrospect, knowing how much people's lives change and having the perspective.
He has 2 yachts. And this is the kind of the problem with occupying that position, right? When you don't have like a co-op structure, you do have like a hierarchical structure, no matter how progressive the boss is, right? Because of the nature of that role, once you take on that role, you will begin to fall into that mindset. You see it all the time in like the nonprofit industrial complex, right? Progressive nonprofits. You see it with progressive companies, right? You see it with seemingly progressive people on the outward, right? Because of the role that they occupy and the positionality that they occupy, right? Hold on. What are you doing? Come here. All right. She always looks guilty. Right. But the point is that because of the role that you occupy, you begin to have a skewed set of priorities. And again, I don't even think that's inherently a bad thing, right? When you occupy that role, your job is to protect and to safeguard the interests of the company, which then would in turn, in theory, protect and safeguard the interests of the workers. But the interests of the company are sometimes, like at a high level, are diametrically opposed to the interests of the workers. The company cannot exist without the workers. And the furthering of the company comes at the expense of the workers oftentimes. And so there needs to be a balancing force that has, seemingly equal power that can keep you on track so that you can still safeguard and protect the assets of the company while also safeguarding what the workers also want. Joe's still getting paid around $16 an hour when he quit. If so, that's insane. No, I don't think that's true. I don't know if this pay stub was the normal or the correct amount of money on there, but he said it for the last 3 years. So he could have gotten raises since then. We just don't know. But his compensation was stagnant for 3 years while Linus was buying a house, a third house. So
of an adult instead of a child. It was something that became part of my identity. But now that I've walked away from the only job I've ever really known, where the majority of my friends work, a place I'd like to think I had a pretty decently sized part in building, I was no longer a lifer. And that was kind of hard to come to terms with, at least that day. Fortunately, I had something to look forward to.
We're gonna blow Luke's back out right now. Shoulder!
Because that same night, I flew to Las Vegas, not to a new job, but to my very first DEF CON, the world's biggest hacking convention. It was genuinely one of the coolest things I've ever been to, and not at all scary like everyone makes it out to be. I even talked them into showing me how they run the network out of this tiny little room with almost all donated or facility equipment. It was super cool, and great for taking your mind off of reality for a little bit.
My wrists are like dying. Oh, you did it! You did it!
And also, I am sorry I didn't actually end up making a video with the footage.
I was invited to DEF CON a few years ago. I didn't go though, because it scared me.
I just really didn't know what my plans actually were.
You figured it out without figuring it out. Yeah.
Since I quit, I didn't have severance.
It was before I was
a
a creator. So it was like in 2021, I believe.
I had to do something else to support myself and the family. Fortunately, as some of you probably know, I'm kind of into finely depreciated European cars. Ones that are unfortunately expensive to fix and sometimes prone to breaking. Like this sick V10 M5 wagon that a customer of mine imported from Japan. Working on cars like that has always been more of a hobby for me and less of a job. But despite saying that, for many years I hustled my ass in and out of the shop on evenings and weekends to support that hobby and save a bit of money for the rainy day, like quitting your job, and of course, to feed my desire for knowledge.
Chat, who does he look like? Who does he look like? I don't know. It's on the tip of my brain. Oh, I know. Actually, I know. I know. He does kind of look like Caleb Hammer. He does. He does. That's who it was. That's exactly who it was. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit.
It's just that it wasn't really as fun for me to learn about new stuff like that without getting to share it with somebody. That, above all else, is what I really loved about my time at LMG. I got to share anything I learned with all of you. So even during my final 2 weeks, I was already spending what little safety net I had required on lights, a microphone, a tripod, and a bunch of iPhones I really couldn't afford, with the hope that I could again share my passion for tech with all of you. And since people are gonna ask, yeah, all of this is a big part of why I had such an emotional reaction to clips from my channel being used in the How LMG Spends Money video that LTT released recently. I'll link to it in the description if you're interested, but it basically details the average comp across the entire team, talks about how they spend the revenue the company generates, shares some insight into Linus and Yvonne's take home as the sole shareholders of the company, and included a short segment at the end talking about past staff members' new ventures, and also included some footage of current staff members too. At the time, seeing myself and some of my friends talked about in a section about how proud they were of ex-LMGers, right after what felt like Linus justifying the issues so many of them and myself had been raising for years with, 'cause capitalism?
Yeah.
It just felt kind of backhanded, and it did make me really upset. Add in that people were misinterpreting it, and the fact that no one asked me for permission to use the clips, or if I even wanted to be included in the first place, or even linking to the channel or anyone else's channels until I brought it up. It just... Maybe that's not how it was intended, and I'm sorry if it wasn't. But when you're directly on the other side of something like this, it's real stuff. This affects your life and your friends who have already been through so much already. So, yeah, I got emotional. I'm still emotional, and I'm not going to apologize for that. What I will apologize for is that I didn't need to bring all of you into it. In retrospect, none of it makes any sense without context anyways, and more importantly, it's just not your business. You guys saw it as a nice gesture, but to me, it hurt. And ultimately, that's my problem. So for that, I am sorry.
He's completely well within his right for that to be the case, right? He was literally just fired, not just fired, but he was literally fired for asking for a little bit more compensation. I love living in Los Angeles. I love living in Los Angeles, man. It's so great. It's so great. That a train or a boat? Neither. I don't live near a train nor a boat. There aren't trains in LA. I'm an hour away from like 40 minutes away from the beach. I'm not even close. No, that was a truck. Something fell. Oh, one of my panels fell off the wall. That's so funny. It's fine. It can stay down. It knocked one of my panels off the wall, bro. Yeah, it's fine.
I live like a
Get off the
capitalist
clothesline.
every
Think of
single
it
day.
29 months.
I live as a
Take this for a new channel.
okay? I live when I believe.
Gandalf the colorblind.
I am
just
taking all of your
subscribed.
sub money and
Here,
I'm saving
take
up
this
so I
for a
can
new
leave
panel.
Los Angeles. You may be like, Sean, you just got here. Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm not staying here. Going to Ohio or something. Go to Vermont? I will not be doing that. Anyway, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by this giant truck. Come to Utah, I'd rather die. Go to Idaho? Why would I do that? But like, yeah, I can definitely see it be a slap in the face, right? A slap in the face and a spit in the mouth, you know, from Linus by, you know, basically forcing him to resign because they refused to give him a raise, and then using him as an example of like, oh, LTT members who went off and did better things, when like he only left because y'all refused to pay him more money. In a video, okay, I am curious. How much is Linus taking home compared to the rest of the staff? I'm curious. I'm super curious. How much is Linus taking home in comparison with the rest of the staff?
We have talked before.
Ellie, thank you for the 6 months.
Across our various teams, it shouldn't be a big surprise that other than the inventory we stock, payroll is our largest expense by a significant margin at about 25%. Breaking this down from there was a little tricky.
15% profit is like very good margins, by the way. Like there are companies who clock like, who scrape by with like 2 to 3% profit a year. So like taking like 15% home like into pocket is really good. It's really good. That's why he's anti-union. Like, he could bump this up to 30% and still have 10.5% profit left. He'd be fine. He'd be chilling.
Significant margin at about 25%. Breaking this down from there was a little tricky. See, many members of our team are cross-functional. That's to say that one day they might be evaluating a material sample for a t-shirt, and then the next day they might be appearing on camera explaining.
Cross-functional is a very fancy way of saying underpaid, by the way. Don't get it confused. Cross-functional is a very fancy way of saying underpaid. It just means that they are wearing a lot of hats and they're doing multiple jobs for the pay of one. That's it. I was very cross-functional in my early career. Yeah, as was I. As was I. Yeah, overworked.
Explaining t-shirt materials to our Floatplane subscribers. But the way that our payroll budget is generally broken out is according to the areas where people make their primary contributions. With that in mind, the largest department is called Internal Shared Services. With multiple companies, we could have separate HR, accounting, events, infrastructure, logistics, and operations departments for each company, but that would be horribly inefficient. So instead, we share all of those departments. The biggest one is operations at a little over 11% of our payroll for 2025. That's so large because—
Is he sharing the profits between the companies as well? Is my question. Like, sure, you can share shared resources, like do like a shared infrastructure, which, you know, whatever. But like, if your money, like, if you work at like Linus Tech Tips as a worker, the money that you're making for Linus Tech Tips is then being sent over to like Floatplane for like the HR and logistics, because like it's for other shared resources. But is the money that Floatplane's making going to be sent to you? Are you going to see that money? You know what I mean?
As it happens to include multiple top executives.
Essentially what you're getting less of an HR experience because you're having to share that with two other companies, right? If you work at like Linus Tech Tips or Linus Media Group, like you're getting less HR and less logistical support because that's being shared between the other two entities.
And it also serves as a bit of a catch-all for things that happens at a little over 11% of our payroll for 2020. The biggest one is operations at a little over 11% of our payroll for 2025. That's so large because it happens to include multiple top executives, and it also serves as a bit of a catch-all for things like events, community management, and HR. The other half is made up of accounting, IT infrastructure, and logistics. These are the folks who get our expense reports paid on time, keep our storage servers working, and who keep our shared office spaces equipped with peripherals.
So even of that 25%, right? Even of that 25%, 50% of that 25% around is going to operations for like executives and such, primarily, as Linus said. The other half of that is being split between all the other employees for everything else that all three companies do. 10% of the payroll, 24% of that is Linus. No, he said, to be fair, he said it was like, 10 to 12%, I would assume, go to executives. Right, so if there's 100 employees, right? It will say that there are like 10 people with executive roles. That's 10 people getting 50% of the payroll. And then that's 90 people getting the other 50% of the payroll. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Look, I'm not saying that it has to be like directly split evenly or whatever, but that's kind of an insane ratio. But again, I don't know the inner workings of the company. Who knows?
All three of these departments are absolute heroes, and we thank you for your service. Next up is developers. No one else? Okay, fine. The point is we have a ton of developers now, handling everything from floatplane.com to lttstore.com to lttlabs.com to internal tools.
Okay. How are developers different than everybody else they just mentioned? Are they still also covered under that 25%?
And weird experiments. Hey, remember the time our dev team built a VPN product in a weekend and then we got cold feet around the legal and ethical concerns? These guys, absolute heroes too. It is worth noting that this one is a little funky though, because Luke is in here and he is not a developer. He manages developers, but then he also manages the lab's testing team, and he appears on camera and is just, generally a Chad. So as you'd expect, he inflates the numbers here a little bit. The next several departments each land in the 10 to 15% range, starting with writing. These are probably the folks that you know.
That's a lot of 10%. I'm confused. There's only 25.5%. Or unless he's breaking that down, but of that 25.5%. It's just 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. Like, let's he's doing that. Like of the 100% that makes it the 25%. That would make sense then.
We call them writers, but it's kind of YouTube industry lingo for a bit of writing, a bit of production planning, a bit of hosting, a bit of, sorry, I'm doing what today? Okay. And then next up is production, another department of unsung heroes. Though, with that said, I actually kind of love
unsung heroes. You're the boss. Just sing their praises. What do you mean unsung heroes?
Love it when they sing a little, whether that's our camera operators jumping in to ask the question that everyone's thinking, or our editors adding their customary 15 pieces of flair to our videos for you guys to pause and appreciate. Product design, which includes graphic design, fashion, and engineering, has become a major group for us over the last couple of years. These are the folks that bring the many products you enjoy on LTT
Can you show a pie chart for this? I'm getting lost by all the
Store.com to life, obsessing over every detail from the sound of the ratchet to the hand feel of a design printed on one of our high quality garments. In some cases, this team also gets tasked with taking our product ideas behind the barn. That was a fun video, by the way, and is totally worth a watch to get some insight into how these folks work. Finally, there's operations staff and management specifically for LTTstore.com. These are more unsung heroes working on everything from customer care to compliance to supply chain management and marketing. These are the folks who helped us weather some major storms this year by rolling out a US-based warehouse in a matter of months after a certain person enacted a bunch of import taxes on Americans. And then they also had to manage the fallout around moving fast and breaking stuff. Our two smallest groups in 2025, at under 10% each, are the labs team, who handles product testing and is quietly working in the background to scale up our processes while also making growing contributions directly to the content, as well as our partnerships team, which includes Disneyland, who handles brand partnerships and brought you mega bangers this year, ranging from AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade to that incredible tour that we did of Kioxia's fab in Japan, along with our amazing procurement team who I think can buy anything. I mean, they barely even raised an eyebrow when I asked for a fire truck. So that's it, that's who gets paid. But how are they paid? Well, while we don't always get things perfect, what I can confidently say is that LMG delivers on our goal of median salaries that are well above what's typical for our region. In 2024, including only employees who were active for the full year, LTTstore.com. In 2024, including only employees who were actually active for the full year, we landed at around 73,500 Canadian dollars. And that was higher than even the average income in our area at that time. Then in 2025, we increased.
I will say there are a few qualifiers there, because the average income in your area also includes people who only work for 1 to 2 months, I would assume. So like, he put qualifiers on what his number is, but no qualifiers on what the numbers that he shows for other people are, right? For him, it's just only people who are active for an entire year, whereas not including people who are like either contractors or interns or seasonal employees or people who only worked 11 out of the 12 months of a year, right? Not including those people, which I would assume inflates numbers somewhat. But those people are included in like the average wage of the area of Vancouver that they're in. You know?
Increased our median salary to just over 80,000.
Also,
Canadian dollars.
I don't know. How much is that in real people dollars, chat? How much of that is in real people dollars?
This 9% change was made in spite of actually flat revenues across those years to hire and retain key talent,
Like 70?
as well as to better support our valued team members through the current cost of living crisis. It was also partly driven by the internal minimum wage guidelines that we have for entry-level positions. It is separate from the legal limit and instead is tethered to the published Greater Vancouver living wage, which is designed as the hourly rate that a full-time worker must earn in order to cover essential expenses.
It's like 53K in the USD. It's not a lot. 58K. Yeah, it's not great. And considering that's the median, there are people who are making less than that at the company by and large. Right? And despite all of that, people are still leaving the company because their pay is stagnant, right? So even if it's technically like above what would be considered a living wage, technically speaking, if you're working at this company for 10 years, your wage isn't changing. So you could be making a really good wage in 2016, but making a middling wage in 2020, and then a not great wage in 2026. You know what I mean? Well, his boss is on his third house, yeah. But keep this in mind, chat. Keep those numbers in mind. 73K, 58K. Because I want to see how much. Oh, he gets the average salary as well. I want to see how much he makes, like Linus makes.
Avoid chronic financial stress, and to participate in their community. Furthermore, it is worth noting that unlike many gig-based productions, we hire the vast majority of our local team members as full-time employees, which here in BC affords them protections and benefits that are not the norm for contractors, and for that matter, not the norm for anyone in many other parts of the world. We also offer a benefits package that includes retirement savings matching, continued education, health and dental, and budgets for extras like counseling and physiotherapy. Also, now that more members of our team are having kids, we recently added partial coverage for orthodontics. I know that there will be many LMG team members, both current and former, watching this video, and I'm sure this talk of company compensation is going to raise some questions for some of you. But what I hope is that this degree of transparency will answer at least some of them. And if you still have concerns or you're looking for ways to improve your pay, it might be time for a conversation about either performance or a role change. We post all open positions.
That's crazy. Or just unionize, bro. This is so, it feels so gross. What's the word? What's the word? Not pedantic. Patronizing. That one. It feels patronizing. So Linus is absolutely undercutting them. Oh, 100%. You don't make 15% profit margins without undercutting people, right? Like you just don't.
Positions on
Linus, like profits are the undercuts holistically. Like that's kind of what surplus labor value is. But
mediagroup.com, and you can
also
always
wait, hold
speak
on.
with your.
What do you mean role change? You just said they all wear multiple hats. He said earlier in this video that all the employees do a billion things each. They all are unsung heroes who wear multiple hats.
A role change. We post all open positions for a conversation about either performance or a role change. We post all open positions on linusmediagroup.com, and you can always speak with your manager or with HR about how to boost your total compensation. We're working on a system, by the way, for quantifying some of the previously intangible qualities that have led to people with similar job titles making different amounts, and we're hoping to roll that out shortly.
Hold on. You can't just skirt past that. You can't just skirt past, hey, we're trying to fix this thing that is like almost certainly illegal. What do you mean having the same job titles but getting paid different amounts? Hold on.
We speak with your manager or with HR about how to boost your total compensation. We're working on a system, by the way, for quantifying some of the previously intangible qualities that have led to people with similar job titles making different amounts, and
Well, what do you use now, Linus? What do you use now? I'm curious. How did you determine that before? If there weren't like a set of guidelines or standards? Was it just vibes? Was it, yeah, dartboard. They put people's names on a dartboard. It was just like, who gets paid the top of the salary range and who gets paid the lowest amount? Sorry, Janet. You're getting paid the low end of the of the salary range. My bad.
We're hoping to roll that out shortly. Moving on to
also,
average.
Like, honestly, like we don't need to know this part. You know what I mean? Like, this is internal policies for your employee. Like, this we don't need to know this part. Just putting that out there. He doesn't need to tell us this part. Like, guys, we're trying to fix this issue about people at our company who are getting paid different amounts for the same job. It's a really bad issue that we have, but we're trying to fix it. Like, all right, cool. It feels, okay, it does feel slightly preemptive, but who knows?
Naturally, these end up higher than median salaries, since you're gonna have outliers like top executives that skew the data. But immediately, moving on to average salaries. Naturally, these end up higher than median salaries, since you're gonna have outliers like top executives that skew the data. But they don't skew things as much as you might think. In the last year, we have focused on improving compensation for our individual contributors and have made only small adjustments to leadership.
Sure.
This is reflective of a recent period of flat revenue growth and hopefully is a trend that we can work to improve for 2026. Average salaries across our companies then were 114,000 Canadian and 115,000 Canadian for 2024.
That's quite a big discrepancy. That is quite a big discrepancy compared to what the median salary is. But I am curious. I wish he broke it down by positionality. You know, I'm not saying go through everybody's individual salary, but like by department, right? For team members, how much do they make? And for the executive team, how much do they make? You know what I mean? Without standard deviation, these numbers are useless. Yeah.
2025, respectively. Another key metric that people look at to determine fairness is the relative compensation of executives and individual contributors.
Indeed.
And I'm gonna do my best to give you guys some insight here, but calculating this ratio is a little bit complicated for us.
How?
See, Yvonne and I have each paid ourselves $121,000 a year for years. Why that number? I have no idea. But as the also shareholders of the company, it's obviously not our entire take home. So then we could remove ourselves as
no, just do total compensation. This isn't complicated. just do total compensation. How much money are you taking in from the company? Like, why is he positioning this as a complicated thing? It's not complicated. You have a salary, right? You have other revenue sources, potentially bonuses. I don't know what your compensation structure looks like. You know how much money you've gotten paid in the last year. You take total compensation versus the total compensation that you would provide to a full-time employee. It's not just their salary. They get benefits packages. They potentially get bonuses, right? You have accountants. You have an accounting department. They know this information. Why is he acting like this is crazy? Total compensation is definitely something that you as a CEO or as a employer, as a boss, are privy to. You need to know total compensation because when you're bringing in money and you're paying people out, you're not just paying out their salaries. You know this, Linus.
Weird outliers, but then we'd be sharing an average of like 4 people, which is basically just outing their salaries. So
what?
We could remove ourselves as weird outliers, but then we'd be sharing an average of like 4 people, which is basically just outing their salaries. So
okay, so so there's 4 people in the executive suite. That's like, you know, who are skewing the numbers. which, nobody. So, okay, so all we know from this, because he's not giving us any information, we know a few things. We know one thing, there are 6 people who are considered executives at the company who get paid way more than what he calls individual contributors. That's one thing we know. Number 2, we know that Linus and his wife separately are the highest paid people at the company by far. So you have the individual employees, executives, Linus and his wife up here. So much so that he has to take them out of the equation to even have a reasonable estimate of what compensation looks like at different tiers of his company. Thirdly, he still can't pay an employee that's been with him for 10 years a little bit more money. He's paying himself $1 and then the rest is like options like other tax dodgers. No, he pays himself $121,000, right? But if he has 3 houses, right, that he's getting paid way more than $121,000 CAD. How much is that in freedom dollars, chat? $129? Oh, that was $121. Millions probably. Oh no, for sure. He's definitely getting paid millions. 87K? Yeah, no shot. No shot is he buying 3 houses anywhere with 87K. I make 87K. Me. And I'm not buying 3 houses. Ohio, you're not buying 3 houses in Ohio with 87K, bro. Because how much a house in Vancouver costs? It has to be at least 100, like 300 something. Oh, it depends on the house. Single family, 2,000 square feet, 300K. Condos, 200K. Townhouse, 250. That's my thoughts. In American. In USD. What are you talking about? Somebody asked me to guess the housing prices in Canada, and I was guessing. Not close. Or it is more unaffordable than LA. We did learn that from Jake. Townhouse 500K. We have 400K houses. Vancouver housing market, too low. Okay, how much is this in freedom dollars? Gosh darn it. Gosh darn fake money, bro. How much is this in freedom dollars? This is still a lot of freaking money. So probably around 500K. Okay. Yeah, it is 500K. It is 500K at the lowest end in Langley, but in Vancouver, it's $1.25 million. How does he have 3 houses, bro? Okay, that's crazy. Y'all chose to be Canadian at those prices. I'm saying, Christian. I'm saying. Bro, if I'm paying 1.5 million, I'm at least going to somewhere cool, not to freaking Canada. Take me to New York, bro. Take me to New York. Where's it at? Hello? They're trying to hold me back. They're trying to hold me back. They don't want me to see New York. That's the average price of all housing, including townhouses and condos, which I can guarantee is not what Linus owns. Yeah. It's too much money. It's kind of the case. Right, but I think Linus is
He'd be sharing an average of like 4 people, which is basically just outing their salaries. So what about?
I think that's so silly. Also, why doesn't he just do it? Like, I think honestly, if you're at a company and you are part of the executive team and you're making so much more money than everybody else, I think you should out your salaries. Right? Maybe not to us. I don't know. Maybe not to us. But maybe to the employees. I think people should be very open about Again, if this were like individual, like, individual contributors or like employees, as you said, then yeah, maybe. I'm not saying like, oh, Johnny, this is your salary or whatever. Like, you don't have to tell us who the executives are. You feel me? Just say all of the executives. We didn't know how many executives there were, who they were until Linus just told us. By the way, he put their faces on the screen, so he didn't need to do that. The 3 houses include the one he bought for Constance, seemingly using his own employees for labor. And yes,
opted to do instead is to just semi-out one person, Taryn. Our CEO to median pay ratio is somewhere in the...
So you just thinking about one person instead of all the executives? Why? Also, not him and his wife. I'm curious how much he gets paid, but sure.
The range of 5 to 1 and 10 to 1. Okay, it's a pay is to just semi-out one person, Taryn. Our CEO to median pay ratio is somewhere in the range of 5 to 1 and 10 to 1. Okay, it's a pretty big range. But
that is an insanely big range.
For the purposes of this fireside chat, I don't think that really matters. The point is that
it matters a little bit. A tad bit. The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbyes. Like, yeah, the CEO makes somewhere between 5 to 10 times what the average employee makes. I do think it does slightly matter if it's like, if it's 10 times. Why did he make this video? I don't even freaking know. Also, he's not comparing himself to other corporations. He'd be like, see guys, we're not that bad.
For the purposes of this fireside chat, I don't think that really matters. The point is that it's reasonable. Even by 1970s standards, before executive compensation went cray-cray at the expense of the worker, that kind of a ratio was commonplace. Now,
but also we know that Linus and his wife, separately, because they both are employees of the company, make more than the CEO does. Right? I'm sorry. We don't know that. That's kind of what the implication was. Right? Which is why they call themselves outliers when compared to the other executives. And it is also just salary. You're correct, chatter. This is also just salary. So just on a salary basis, right? On a salary basis, the CEO is making 5 to 10 times. I would surmise it's probably closer to that 10 times range. What the average employee makes at Linus Media Group. But we also knew that when Linus and his wife were running LMG, right? And now they are outliers to even what the other executives are making. So Linus is probably making upwards of like 20 to 25, maybe even to 50 to 100 times what the average employee is making. We don't know. Right? We don't know. But, it is interesting that Linus chose to put the CEO salary down and not his own and his wife's, because they both get paid a salary, because they're separate entities and separate workers at the company. So
it is worth noting that Taryn's been on the job for a few years now, and there are plans to tune his comp package in the near future if we execute well on our plans for 2026, but I can only tell you guys what is, not what maybe will be. Which brings us to the 5'1" elephant in the room. This guy. At this point, I'm addressing our team as much as the audience, so I'll be direct. In 2025, our tax installments were just shy of 8% of our total expenses, and the last 15 or so % is our net profit. Is it a lot of money? Yes. But from an objective standpoint, it's not outside of the reasonable
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, dog. You can't say at least we're not Apple. He's literally comparing himself to supervillains. He's not even comparing himself to other like YouTube entities or YouTube companies. He's comparing himself to Nvidia, Adobe, Cisco, and Apple. And he's like, listen, are we loaded? Yeah. Yeah, are we making a lot of money? Oh yeah. Am I getting paid a lot? Oh, you know it. But I'm not getting paid as much as like Elon Musk pays himself. Right? Or Tim Apple pays himself. So like, it's not that bad if you think about it. When his employees are being fired and are quitting because they're getting paid the same amount of money for 3 years. Right? Jake got paid the same amount of money for the amount of time that the other guy was CEO for. No meaningful change in his compensation. And he's flexing. Linus is flexing on him.
Range if you consider the whole picture. And if anything, my intention is to find new revenue opportunities or efficiencies that will push that into the 20% range. Why? Well, because that bucket isn't just fun money for Linus and his family. For starters, it includes setting aside any capital that Yvonne and I, with consultation from our executive team, might put aside to invest in new projects, such as the upcoming series, buying and renovating a tech house, as well as another yet to be disclosed big content related acquisition for 2026.
Who's living in this
it also
house? Question for the Linus tech tippers out there. No one? That seems like a waste. He's going to sell it after. Some renters eventually, if I recall correctly. But I think he's paid all the extra profits go into business expansion, not to raising the employees' capital from what we know. It's a house for fun so you can put tech stuff into it. It's empty until the content is done being filmed. Okay, I do get where Jake is coming from and why that would be frustrating. If like Linus is like, listen guys, we're gonna buy this house and nobody's gonna live in for content, and then we're gonna sell it to somebody, none of y'all because y'all can't afford it anyway. And you're just like, dog, I'm a perpetual renter. I'm Gen Z. We're never buying a house. So he's flipping houses on company funds. To be fair, like there are flipping companies that do that. So it's not like new. It's not like a new thing. But I can get why it's frustrating. Vancouver, it's supposed to be illegal. The more you know. In fact, at the time I quit a job because the owner said they should delay our paychecks because she needed to make a retail order. It was a spa. That's crazy.
Includes maintaining our operating cash flow as well.
Vancouver, you can bump that back a generation. Most millennials would never own a home out there. I mean, Canadian charges are so funny. That's not unique to Canada. Like, millennials in this country are also not buying a house either. I'm just saying that because Jake was Gen Z.
As our rainy day fund, which
not illegal, but that's supposed to tax empty houses higher. So I think it is a loophole. He's redirecting company funds to his own coffers. He's 100% tax dodging. I would again, I don't know. I would assume that when he sells the house, the funds for that would go into the company and it would be taxed at that point. And then hopefully that money would be used to, give employees the raises. But what do I know?
Okay, memes about my financial irresponsibility aside, Yvonne and I have been extremely careful with our resources over the last decade plus. We've weathered multiple major storms that have had serious business impacts with 0 layoffs, and that includes both COVID as well as the 2023 controversy.
This is so funny because 2023 controversy was, I think, him faking testing for tech components. He got caught out from Gamer's Nexus. But 2, you have people leaving your company because you're not paying them any more money. So like, yeah, you can be like, oh, we have no layoffs, but because you're forcing them to leave because their careers are stagnant.
Now, it is worth noting here that layoff has a very specific definition. It means a reduction in force due to like a restructuring or like a shortage of available work, which might happen someday, but it hasn't yet. And if anyone tells you that they were laid off here, they either don't know or fully understand what happened, or they are not telling you the whole story. The last thing that are careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna believe you over an employee. Like, sure, like pedantically, they weren't laid off. You fired them because you wanted to cut their overhead because you wanted to use that money for something else. That still could also be a layoff. Just because you are in just because you're not in dire financial straits does not mean you didn't lay off employees to then take that money and use it elsewhere. You know what I mean? Actually, it's not a layoff because we were actually never in financial straits. We actually were doing just fine, and you got fired because you actually were a bad employee. It's like giving up in a relationship and saying you didn't break up. They did because you stopped giving shit. Exactly.
Careful financial planning has enabled us to do is never bring in outside investors, which can be okay, but it can also carry the risk of inshittifying our jobs and our content. Finally, yes, this pool does include paying dividends to our shareholders. That's me and Yvonne. And this is where the lines get really blurry. For one thing, if I were to issue a dividend.
Does it get blurry? I mean, this was very obviously the case. So that dividend is not covered in so they're paying themselves a salary on, even on this front, like this is, like they're paying themselves a salary on top of getting these dividends as well. So like they're not like tax dodging the way that like other billionaires will, or billionaires will be like, I pay myself $1 so I can dodge all my taxes from income tax. Income tax is usually a higher, tax at a higher rate, but like they get to have this veil of like transparency by showing their CEO salary and telling how much that him and his wife get paid in a salary, but also be like, this is a little bit blurry for how much these dividends are. What else? Let's see.
Dividend. To myself, for example. I can't just give myself money from that bucket. I'm gonna have to pay personal income tax on top of the corporate income tax that I already paid. So that slice of the pie, it's not actually as big as it looks if I wanted to use it personally. And then the other thing blurring the line is that any shareholder dividend that I wanted to issue.
How much did you get paid, Linus? This is a lot of words for a number. How much did you pay yourself? He's just explaining why it's okay for him to have paid himself. Like, nobody's like, Linus, you can't pay yourself money. People just want to know how much it is. And you can't tell your video the truth about how LTT spends money and then be like, listen, I'm not gonna tell you how much I get paid or how much like my total compensation is or how much the entire executive team gets paid. But I told you the truth though.
To myself, it wouldn't just be a payout for the ongoing investment into the company. It would also include whatever the company decides that I'm worth for being our primary on-screen talent.
You're the company! You were the CEO up until 3 years ago. What do you mean? That's you! Your name is on it, Linus! Your name is on the company! Why is he acting like he's the L? He's literally the L in LTT. Why is he acting like, and then just be transparent. Be like, yeah, this is my company. Yeah, I own it. Yeah, I get paid a sweet chunk of change for running this company. I make a total of $5 million a year. I'd be like, man, that is a lot of money. That's a crazy amount of money. But now I'm like, is Linus dodging his taxes? He seems to be very guarded about how much money he makes. Now I'm suspicious because he won't say a number. He has to have all these qualifiers. All these qualifiers about how much his money makes it specifically. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Also, not even getting to the fact that him and his wife both are separate employees. They both get a separate salary. They both get separate compensation packages, right? And so they're, I don't want to say double dipping, but like whatever Linus says he gets paid, it's more than that because his wife is also an employee and is also, a part of the company.
Creative director for our physical goods business, as well as a top-level executive. How do you quantify what each of these is worth? How do you quantify what they're all worth together? Am I worth millions of dollars a year? Can anyone be worth that much? I don't know. I could compare against other recognizable hosts where, it doesn't look that.
He's like, well, if I'm like Jimmy Kimmel for one of my jobs, and I'm like Elon Musk for another one of my jobs, and I'm like, I don't know, the head of R&D at Apple for another one of my jobs, right? That's 12 million or 22 million plus 100 million plus 6 million. So like all together, I'm worth a few $100 million. I'm worth a few $100 million.
That ridiculous? But then, realistically, I'm not as good as them. But then on the other hand, Yvonne and I provided our own seed capital for this company without even so much as a bank loan. They didn't have to go through that. So it's a tough question to answer. On the one hand, it sounds like a lot, because it is. But on the other hand,
say the number. Say the number. Let me make the decision. Right? Because if I see that, I'm like, oh, okay, that's a lot of money for Linus. I don't know if he deserves it. That's my opinion. Somebody else can be like, okay, I get why. He took the risk on for the business, and he does do a lot of jobs, and he is the main guy. And just say the number, Linus. Say the number. How much is your total compensation?
This is it. This is the pot at the end of the rainbow in a capitalist system that we didn't choose, but do have to operate in. Yvonne and I took a big risk, both providing capital to grow this thing and working our butts off alongside the world-class team that we build. We beat the odds, and we're also making concrete efforts not to pull the ladder up behind us. If you did the same thing,
To Linus and Yvonne, guys, everyone knows you made sacrifices to get where you are. And to be able to support a team of this size, and there's a lot of things you guys did right. Just don't forget that many of those same people made massive sacrifices and braved many a storms on your behalf as well. Ultimately, it came to a head around feeling valued. And I'm far from the only person who felt that way. After 3+ years of my total comp remaining effectively the same, while affordability was getting worse and worse, especially in Vancouver, one of the least affordable areas to live in the world, you kind of start thinking while you're working on your boss's third house, if you're ever gonna be able to buy a house. And for the record, I don't own this one, I'm just renting. So
that's kind of the point though, right? Linus is so worried about getting what he's due, or what he's owed. What about what you owe to your employees? People who've given you a decade of their life, or decades, right? Years of their life, right? Jake left with almost nothing to show for it. You were millions of dollars up, right? 100 millionaire, I would say, assets included. And this person who's been with you for 10 years left with nothing. How is that fair to him? Unless you think that your employees are not integral to why your businesses succeed. But you yourself, Linus, call them unsung heroes, right? You love to say how unsung the heroes, the workers at your companies are, how nobody sings their praises, right? All of them are unsung heroes. But you won't sing their praises. You can't even increase their compensation in 3 years. But your CEO has been there for 3 years, and you're already floating the idea of tweaking, whatever that means, his compensation,
I'd want you to have the same reward. It's a hard truth to swallow, but a wage will always have a ceiling. The ceiling of how much someone's willing to pay, which is dictated, or at least strongly influenced by a market that is cutthroat by its very nature. By contrast, the ceiling for entrepreneurs.
You can't say this while also saying like, yeah, dog, we just made 15%. 15%.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Of our overall money, profits that, you know, some of which comes to me into my pockets, and we want to get that up to 20%. But also, sorry, your wage has a ceiling. You can't, you only get paid as much as somebody values you, and I don't value y'all that much. Saying the market made him do it, yes. He's saying, but capitalism is making me not pay my employees more money and pocket the most of it.
Entrepreneurship, that's however high you can build it. It is worth noting ceiling for entrepreneurs by a market that is cutthroat by its very nature. By contrast, the ceiling for entrepreneurship, that's however high you can build it.
That's so gross. Like, no, the ceiling for your employees is however much you want to pay them, Linus. You are not dictated by some nebulous market. You can pay them more money if you want to pay them more money. Like, sorry, I can't pay you anymore. The market says I can't. The market says I can't. And he's too worried about making a competitive market value rate for his employees instead of actually paying them what he thinks they're worth. He doesn't look at a job and he's like, I think you're worth this amount of money. He's like, how much does the market say you're worth? Ooh, that's kind of high. Well, if we go a few $1,000s under that, you're worth probably around that, right? Yeah, I can't pay you more. The capitalism police will kill me. Dive your hand into the 15% profit and scoot that over to your employees. It's very simple. It's extraordinarily simple. That's the slimiest line I've ever heard. What is this? I'm just following the rules. Yeah. Company I work for just got acquired. I was one of the first 10 employees. Worked there for 6 years. All I got was a new job at the company that bought us. I hate capitalism. You should have been an entrepreneur. There's no ceiling on your growth if you're an entrepreneur. But hey, if you're an employee, you're limited by the market, and that's it. And not the greed. What is the market? What is he talking about? The market is not like this force of nature. It's the collective greed of society. That's all the market is. The market is. All the market is the collective greed of capital owners dictating how low they can lowball the employees and weaponizing the threats of death and violence from the working class to get them to subscribe to this nebulous, greedy system. That's it. You can pay your employees more if you chose to. Linus chose not to. That's it.
It is worth noting, by the way, though, that while entrepreneurship is a great way to elevate your earnings, I am not saying anything about what it'll do to the quality of your life or your peace of mind. There are pros and cons to.
Oh no, after 10 minutes of Linus flexing about how much money he's made, it makes him feel sad. Oh, poor him. Poor him and his 3 houses. Poor him and his 3 houses when his employees were for a decade, who's been working there since they were 15 years old, right? Had to leave because you wouldn't pay him more money after 3 years. Oh, boohoo, poor you, Midas, poor you. Honestly, I come on, I was already on Jake's side, but after this, I completely understand why he was mad enough to make the videos he did. And honestly, I think he was still too nice in this video. Like, I completely understand where he got to the point of making this video. Because imagine being an employee who went to your bosses, who you thought actually treated you like a family, and was like, hey, this is rough for me working here. I like working here, but I need some changes. Like, my compensation hasn't changed for 3 years. Can we fix that? Your boss is like, no. And then you're just like, all right, I guess I have to leave. And you leave and your boss is like, yo, what's good, bitches? We got money, we got women, we got hoes, we got yachts, we got 3 houses here. We just went on a cruise. We bought a fire truck. I'm getting paid. And you're just like, you're like, what? 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 I thought you couldn't afford to give me a raise, but you're getting paid millions of dollars, 15% profits? He's like, oh, did I say we getting paid? I mean, I'm getting paid. Off of the backs of your labors. Thanks, bro. Like, I'm sorry. And this is why it pisses me off that Linus did it like this. Because this should not be the first time your employees see the budget. This should not be the first time your employees see the budget. They should not be fighting this out through YouTube videos. Linus is like, well, I'm talking to LMG members and former LMG members, the same as I'm talking to the audience, right? I'm sure you have a lot of questions. This is for an internal memo, bro. You sit yourself down, right? And with your company and your employees, you say, yo, this is how much money we got coming in. This is how it compares to last year, which was the business. Yes, he showed the budget of the business. Chad, that's how we got here. Linus Media Group 2024-2025 expenses. How much he shows how much profit he made, how much money's going to labor costs and capital expenditure and selling costs and inventory purchases. And this is he's okay. I don't know if this is the first time his employees are seeing this, but the way he's talking about it makes it seems like this is the first time his employees are seeing this. You know what I mean? Like here.
About people. With a headcount of 100, the inventory went cross-functional, appearing on general. The largest legitimate is operation. Happens to be paid on a ton of developed T lab for the time concern because these guys, and he is manages the lab. Expect he into bit of production is production. Another department.
I'm trying to find where it was.
Jumping into flair to our effect are the folks that tail from the sound of the ratchet watch customer helped Americans. And then in the ultimate unrated gets paid. But how are they paid? Well, while we don't always get things perfect, well above what's typical for 43,000 area at 80,000.
I'm trying to find where he addressed here, I can look it up on the transcript. Hold on. Oh, here.
I know that there will be many LMG team members, both current and former, watching this video, and I'm sure this talk of company compensation is going to raise some questions for some of you. But what I hope is that this degree of transparency will answer at least some of them, and if you still have concerns or you're looking for ways to improve your pay, it might be time for a conversation about either performance or a role change.
Like, that is a crazy thing to do in a public YouTube video. Am I crazy for saying that? That is something you would send out in an internal memo to your employees and not airing out publicly in a YouTube video. And then being like, hey, if you have a problem with it, maybe talk to your manager and we can talk about how your performance sucks. Honestly, I would say it would be unacceptable to do in a public or in a public forum internal to the company. Like calling an all hands staff meeting and doing this, I would say that that's inappropriate to do. Right? To be like, hey, if you have a problem with your compensation, take it up with your manager about, why you have a problem, and then we'll talk about your performance and why it's not good, or maybe a role change, right? This is something you send out in a, first of all, you just don't say that unless it's in a one-on-one meeting, right? Because what it implies is that you're at the competition you're at because you're not getting a raise because you're not great at your job. Right? But it's even worse. It's even, and I can accept if you do it in an all hands staff meeting. But like, it's even worse. It's even worse doing it in a public YouTube video. Putting former LMG members or team members and current LMG team members in this position. This video had an ad for LTT store every minute. Yeah. Like, that's insane. That's crazy. But let's go back to this. Also, Anonymous gifted me for the 5 gifted subs. I didn't miss it, I promise. I wanted to circle back around to it. But I wanted to finish what I was saying. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. We're only 5 away from 1,500 again. That's actually pretty close.
For entrepreneurship, that's however high you can build it. It is worth noting, by the way, though, that while entrepreneurship is a great way to elevate your earnings, I am not saying anything about what it'll do to the quality of your life or your peace of mind. There are pros and cons to every path, and over a decade of being self-employed, I've learned that there is nothing wrong with choosing employment either. Whatever path our team members choose, we want to be part of their road to success though, and we're putting that desire into action. Recently, we've taken steps to relax our policies around content creation side hustles, even in competitive verticals. And
like, first of all, why is he saying this like it's a good thing? The fact that you had that policy in the first place is bad, Linus. They had a non-compete. It's not even a non-compete. This is worse than a non-compete. Non-compete usually generally means you can't go and work at a different competitive company, right? But this was saying you can't even do a personal project. You can't even do personal projects. You can't have a YouTube channel. You can't have a personal YouTube channel working at LMG. And he's saying that as a positive force by being like, guys, we're relaxing this policy. Gusta Mantis, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. They all left knowing they can make more money on their own. Yeah. And that's what they did. That's literally pulling the ladder up 100%. Because he didn't want his employees using the Linus Tech Tips name to become YouTubers and to actually make something of themselves. He wanted them to stay beholden to him and what his company wanted. Entrepreneurship for me and not for thee. Yeah.
Our policies around content creation side hustles, even in competitive verticals, and we've even taken the unprecedented step of directly sponsoring former team members who we feel are doing great work and who have strong brand synergy. I am so proud to be a part of the teams that work here, but I don't know. Recently, I've begun to think that maybe my greatest legacy could end up being the incredible pipeline that we've built for developing talent.
It is kind of funny because one of the people he's shouting out is this channel, which I think, why Linus Tech Tips fired us. I think this might be inflammatory, so maybe they're on good terms. Yeah, we were fired for Linus Tech Tips and it was awesome. So that would make sense. But like, Jake, expressed some very clear and open concerns, which is probably why he was removed from this segment, I'm pretty sure, as he spoke about here.
Far from the only person who felt that way. After 3+ years, phones I really couldn't afford, with the hope that I could again share my passion for tech with all of you. And since people are gonna ask, yeah, all of this is a big part of why I had such an emotional reaction to clips from my channel being used in the How LMG Spends Money video that LTT released recently. I'll link to it in the description if you're interested, but it basically details the average comp across the entire team, talks about how they spend the revenue the company generates, shares some insight into Linus and Yvonne's take home as the sole shareholders of the company, and included a short segment at the end talking about past staff members' new ventures, and also included some footage of current staff members too. At the time, seeing myself and some of my friends talked about in a section about how proud they were of ex-LMGers right after what felt like Linus justifying the issues so many of them and myself had been raising for years with, "'cause capitalism?" It just felt kind of backhanded, and it did make me really upset. Add in that people were misinterpreting it, and the fact that no one asked me for permission to use the clips, or if I even wanted to be included in the first place, or even linking to the channel or anyone else's channels until I brought it up. It just... Maybe that's not how it was intended, and I'm sorry if it wasn't. But when you're directly on the other side of something like this, it's real stuff. This affects your life and your friends who have already been through so much already. So, yeah, I got emotional. I'm still emotional, and I'm not gonna apologize for that. What I will apologize for is that I didn't need to bring all of you into it. In retrospect, none of it makes any sense without context anyways, and more importantly, it's just not your business. You guys saw it as a nice gesture, but to me, it hurt. And ultimately, that's my problem. So for that, I am sorry. That's not what you're here for, and I should have taken a moment to pause and let myself breathe before acting emotionally, because honestly, it's time to move on. I should have made this video a long time ago so that this hasn't been looming over my head, and for a while there I thought I'd be able to move on without it, but clearly that's not the case. Despite all of that, I hope that they're able to fill the shoes I left empty in a way that makes sense for them. And I look forward to hopefully seeing some content about my babies. Wannick 4, the Mother Vault. I honestly don't even remember if it's Wannick 4. I think that's right. And look, at some point, maybe I'll collaborate with LTT again. It's not like we don't share common interests or potentially have ways to help each other. And I'm grateful for everything they did for me. And I'm hopeful for the future for everyone.
I will say, Linus is vindictive enough where this video will turn him off for that completely. Genuinely.
But now that I've got this off my chest, I am closing this LMG chapter of my life and turning the page back to what's coming next. Because in retrospect, leaving was the best decision I have ever made. I now get to work on whatever interests me most. Still work with some of the friends I made along the way, and you'll probably see some more collabs there. And I get to share it with all of you. I am incredibly fortunate to be able to do so. And it's because all of you, and of course, because of my time at LMG. So thank you. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I don't know what else I can do to show my appreciation other than to continue to try to make really good content. So if you're looking to support this new adventure, I appreciate you. Get subscribed and maybe check out my Patreon, which I'll have linked down in the description, where you can watch the ad-free version of these videos for a small fee. Also down there will be links to my social media page, Alex and Andy's channel, the car channel, and some of the companies who have helped support and sponsor the channel so far. Seriously, huge shout out to Boot.dev, CodeRabbit, Ugreen, GLINet, and Comply, just to name a few.
I got his little his thing off. But that's the Linus situation. Also, the CEO of Milk the Year for the Prime as well. But yeah, I said every few years something like this is gonna happen and it's swept under the rug. They came and recommended it, and I said just for Sean to cover it. Yeah, it's just a perfect example of just like why unions are important. Is this a surprise from anybody? Linus is raking in millions of dollars, and he's willing to let an employee who's been with him for 10 years leave the company then to increase his revenue just a little bit. And this isn't even a unique thing to Linus, bro. I've seen it happen in my own life, right? People who are so committed to like the numbers on the balance sheet that they lose the human aspect when they hold that position, that top dog position, when they hold the CEO position. And yeah, they just can't see it. They literally cannot see it from the other side. Right? That position makes it so that it's impossible for them to see it from the other side. That's why having a union is so important. And this was in Reddit drama only last month. Dude cannot see past his own ego. Why? There's more Gamer Nexus stuff? New year, new drama erupts in r/Linus Tech Tips as Linus is given mod permission and threatens to ban people live on the WAN show for making bad faith dumb opinions. Okay. And this is not the first time Arsenal's Linus Tech Tips will feature on this sub. In fact, this was my sixth post about this subreddit here. For effects of this post, previous ones are not necessary, but I'll leave some links if you want to read them. Jeez Louise. Context: Linus Tech Tips is an unofficial subreddit, meaning the people not affiliated with Linus run the subreddit that posts things associated with Linus Sebastian and his company, and YouTube channels Linus Media Group and Linus Tech Tips. Some days ago, one of the WAN shows, a live podcast where Linus and Luke, too many L names, discuss over various topics in tech space. Linus accidentally reveals an email where the name of his son, which had been kept a secret, and using a stage name when it appears in Linus's videos, was revealed. Some users in the r// Linus Tech Tips sub were posting about it, and they were deleted pretty quickly. Linus was concerned about. And while they were deleted pretty quickly, Linus was concerned about it. On December 22nd, the LMG team requested the subreddit moderators, that Linus should be given mod permission to take down posts, mainly for dealing with the doxing concerns regarding Linus's family and LMG employees. Yesterday, a topic came up on the WAN show, and Linus had the following exchange with Luke.
Cool. So yeah, the goal is not to, be mean or anything like that. But I'm also not going to claim that if I see someone who's a complete bad faith dum-dum, that they will continue to have posting privileges. So make of that what you will. So for instance, there's a thread about the new TrueSpec cables, and these are going to be the new monster cable, and they're going to have absurd pricing, and you can just, I don't know, post on other subreddits, I guess, because you don't actually have evidence for the claim that you're making.
Come on, bro. Come on, broski. Come on. Over a cable? Ah, he's such a baby.
On other subreddits, I guess, because you don't actually have evidence for the claim that you're making. I
think if the community counters that person significantly enough, it might even be good to leave it up.
Why?
So that people can see that an argument for that was made and immediately discounted. But I mean, that's
Linus
all your...
but then I can't use my cool mod powers to take down opinions I disagree with.
Call.
Yeah. All right. Duly noted.
It's just an idea. I think there will be cases where that...
I remember the hard art clip. I'm not going to watch it right now because this is more of a serious Linus is not great conversation, but maybe afterwards.
Makes sense, and there will be plenty of cases where that does not make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Buddy here, who says, I've always wanted to buy expensive, overpriced USB cables, but didn't feel like going to Best Buy. I think they can just take a vacation, though. Like, do they? Why?
Like,
why
he's a multi-millionaire crashing out over Reddit comments. Reddit comments. Saying that his cables were bad. You make a product, people are critiquing the product, and he's like, yeah, minus 22 votes, and he's still like, no, I want to kick him out of here because he's being mean to me. He's such a baby.
I mean, the hate watchers need somewhere to post, but they could post somewhere else.
There are other places.
There are other places where people can post.
Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. That exchange was not well received by the subreddit. Here are some threads about it. Also, notes made by subreddit moderators. Pinned mod, just for transparency, on behalf of the mod team, we received a request from LMG to add Linus as a mod in December 22nd, 2025. This was done under the understanding this will only be used to remove context posted about an immediate threat to himself or his team, i.e. doxing, in cases where we were unable to get to it first. Permissions were kept as light as possible, and moderation will be routinely audited as it is currently to ensure that this is adhered to. This already will continue to be a community-led and remain unofficial in that regard. So Linus' privileges be revoked based on his statements, whether this was a misunderstanding or subterfuge, is irrelevant because he clearly has other ideas at this point. Waiting for communication from them, I advocated for revoking, but we decided to wait. There's no immediate threat or anything, and the account didn't even do what Linus thinks it did. Things it can't ban people. Seems like you were lied to. Based on his statements here, his mod privileges should be revoked for lying to the existing mods about their intent for getting mod status. Or there was some miscommunication or misunderstanding. I get that it's not as exciting though, and it's much more fun to be mad about dumb shit. It doesn't actually matter. The mod team would most likely not have accepted this if as original intent, so revoking it should be the only course from now on. Linus clearly sees the sub as LTT property. Quoted, or just making sure they're on the same page. Quoted, good lord, some of you are thirsty for hot takes and drama. I got like L decision by Elness. LOL. This is a very power tripping Reddit move. Vote system is there for a reason. You don't need to ban people just because you don't like what they say. I mean, true. And this is just a back and forth. Linus appears on a comment thread and doubles down in questionable fashion. Link to the screenshot because the first comment was removed. LOL dangerous. At risk of whataboutism. She's the freaking wheeze. A manifesto, bro. US abducted as leader of a sovereign nation today, and some tech YouTuber having mod privileges and a fan subreddit is dangerous. Reddit is hilarious sometimes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. The issue with the cables is not that it's negative, it's clearly unfounded in bad faith. Oh my god. It doesn't matter, Linus. It doesn't matter. It's free speech. People can lie about your cables and say it's dumb. Especially if there's no rule in the subreddit against lying about Linus Tech products. At least he's against them kidnapping Maduro, to be honest. That's a low bar to clear, honestly. Most of the world is against the US. He's like, unless you're like Tom McDonald, as a Canadian that's pro Donald Trump. Our prime minister was in favor. What is that? The statement was complaining about the price, but at this point it's so important. No one outside of LMG has ever seen the LTT cable, and we have not published the price. Okay, he was lying. Who cares? Who cares? You are a multi-millionaire worried about a Reddit comment that got minus 22 votes. What are we talking about? Oh my goodness. This isn't even the biggest deal in the world. I think that the Gamer Nexus stuff is just worse. Let me see. Because this I think it was this that made him step down as CEO. I'm pretty sure. Here. Right back.
We know some people won't like this video, and those people will leave comments enraged, citing drama as some sort of catch-all platitude to discourage this desperately needed conversation. It's their way of emoting, I'm uncomfortable. And I agree with you. This is a very uncomfortable video for me to make. I haven't enjoyed the process of it, but this is something we feel is desperately needed, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And it is not simply drama to talk about errors and factual testing issues in a way that hopefully brings to light the problems so that the media organization, LMG, can attempt to rectify them if it in fact wishes to do so. We stand to lose a lot here. We risk pissing off people with direct and very valuable and useful to us connections to YouTube if we ever happen to need them. I don't have a connection at YouTube, really, who can help me in any way. Likewise, we risk pissing off people who are connected to LMG, and that would include large streamers who operate in a class that we can't even begin to approach. But most of all, we risk some of our viewers getting upset, but we are approaching this as objectively as possible. And we ask that you listen to the concerns we are raising and the evidence that we are presenting. Because ultimately, if Linus Media Group wants to be consumer first, then it too should want this level of transparency and should want this knowledge of the issues we are presenting today. The company is now over 120 people. It recently had a purchase or an acquisition offer at $100 million. It's helmed by a new CEO whose past includes a career in director positions at companies like Dell and Corsair. Its lab is led by a former marketing director for ASUS, which was recently the title sponsor for LTX following what we believe to be a rather soft-handed handling of ASUS's board and RMA issues by LTT. LMG is a big company now. It has the resources to do better, and it should be treated as such. Okay, with that stance clear, we're jumping into two key categories here: bad data and misinformation. This includes unintentional or intentional. There's a bit of a gradient. Bad data is testing which is incorrect or erroneous. Misinformation is miscited specifications, for example, or doubling down on flawed testing and reporting on conclusions as if it reflects proper testing when, in fact, it has been shown not to. These topics will later expand for far more important ethics discussion and concerns that we have regarding sort of the corporate positioning that LMG is in now. Even with its heavily marketed debut of labs, LMG is still consistently making errors in nearly every single review that they publish. It is okay to make errors. All of us do this in this line of work, but the concern we have is that these types of errors are in nearly every single LTT technical or review type of video. So there are enough errors that we can't fit them all into a normal length video. We'll cover a few of them as fast as we can to establish the premise and the concerns, and everything is from the last year only. We're starting with the missed published errors. The more troubling ones are later in the video. Let's start with the entire 40 series. LTT's 40 series reviews started with the RTX 4090, which debuted with multiple erroneous charts, but one in particular was heavily written into the conclusion of the card. That chart was for Cyberpunk, where LTT allowed to slip past them an outlier with the 4090 outperforming the 3090 Ti by 300%. In reality, that should be closer to 72 to 75%. We explained this previously, but that's because LTT didn't properly set their test parameters and double check that the graphic settings—
Wait, what did I miss? Getting to Drama Factory. I never heard this guy today. Oh my gosh, I'm unfollowing. This is really later. They actually unfollowed? That's so funny. I wasn't even on the screen. Linus Stan? That's crazy. That was so quick. Honestly, I respect it. Saves me the trouble. Have they ever chatted before? No, yeah, they've been here for a while. I don't understand why people follow Hassan. What, has he actually done but not be a good person? I don't know. It's been a relatively regular chatter for a while. Well, that solved it. The problem solved itself. I just came back and chatter was like, "I'm leaving." Like, all right. I was gone for like 3 minutes. My bad, I guess.
weren't changing due to other dependencies during test setup. This is a massive human error, and it is indicative of poor process control. No amount of blaming the video game or blaming how its settings behave is going to get you off the hook for this.
I mean, it's so funny. So I ever bully them away, I guess. Like, I didn't even say anything. And this is why it's hilarious to me, because they didn't even want to hear what my opinion on Linus was. They came in and they were just like, oh, we're talking about Linus? Ew, Gamer Nexus, they only talk about drama. Ew, you guys are anti-Linus here? I'm leaving. And then they just left. And I'm like, all right, sure.
It's simply human error. That anyone could then look at this chart and think it makes any sense further indicates poor understanding of the data collected.
Anyway, I'm not gonna watch a 40-minute video, but there was a Linus response to this, and Gamer Nexus covered it too, so we'll look at that.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Hardware News Recap of the Week. We filmed the vast majority of this episode a couple days ago, but Linus Media Group, well, specifically Linus himself, has posted a response to our video. And it's not well thought out. It's pretty disappointing, honestly. So we're going to insert a section and talk about that. Then we'll get into all the other news topics for the week. Before that, this video is brought to you by Arctic and the Liquid Freezer 2 liquid coolers, now including an ARGB model in the lineup. The Liquid Freezer series has been a top performer in our benchmark for years now, and Arctic has continually...
Consumer activist, investigative journalism in the industry, yeah. Linus wishes that he did journalism like Gamer Nexus did. Genuinely. Like, again, I'm not saying that they're socials or anything, but like they're solid. They do investigative journalism. They actually cover things that are important to cover. Right, let's talk about tech. We also talk about peripheral tech news, AI, labor, stuff like that. Linus talks about labor, but in a different way. If you know, you know.
Fine-tuned its products even post-launch with things like kits for Ryzen, ARGB fans for new flare, and new radiator sizes. The company also has its brand new MX6 thermal paste on the market now. Learn more at the links in the description below. So we posted some coverage yesterday with some concerns about data accuracy, ethics, and responsibilities of Linus Media Group. Not going to recap all of that here. You should check that video out before proceeding its necessary context. Linus hastily posted a statement about 3.5 hours after our video went live. The video raised concerns again about an incredibly large amount of testing inaccuracy issues, alongside what we believe to be unethical actions and just issues with responsibility as a large outlet in general. Linus's statement, it is an unhinged, unapologetic rant where he shirks responsibility and blames others. He tries to play weird semantic games like saying, quote, "We didn't sell the product, we auctioned it," or misrepresent the timeline for when he contacted Billet Labs. He triples down on Billet Labs and says, quote, "I still disagree that the Billet Labs video is an accuracy issue. It's more like, I just read the room wrong." That doesn't even make any sense. It's not the job of a reviewer to read the room and tell the room what it wants to hear. That is called a
sycophant.
A sycophant is a perfect word to describe it.
He also said, quote, "We could have retested it with perfect accuracy, but to do so properly, accounting for which cases it could be installed in, none, and which radiators it would be plumbed with, again, a mystery, would have been impossible. And also didn't affect the conclusion of the video, or so I thought." To be clear here, the random caps lock is not us. That's the original emphasis. I mean, we could have retested it with perfect accuracy, but to do so would have been impossible is nonsense. And it's very difficult to engage with nonsense. I don't know what that means. And he completely ignores the enormous video-breaking errors with cooler CPU and GPU testing results and processes that sometimes wildly misrepresent the product stack. Other than the usual platitudes of we wear our imperfection on our sleeves in the interest of ensuring that we stay accountable to you without explaining how it happened or how they'll fix it. Look, we're going to talk about this today, but we're not going to drag this out and make a whole new standalone video about this response.
I respect this. This is the best thing that I've ever seen from a YouTube channel. Giving me a visual guide on the screen for how long a section will take is amazing.
Because they haven't added anything of substance. The response is immature, it's blaming others, and it's irresponsible to the community they've built. But we are going to talk about some of the issues in this statement nonetheless, and then we're moving on. Let's start with Billet. This is where the story is getting a little bit twisted. We saw some comments about this confirming our concerns that people would lose track of the actual timeline. First of all, we're not going to argue the semantics about an item being sold against the will of a company versus being auctioned, and being for charity, which we already said, doesn't make that better. It makes it worse, because now you're roping in an innocent third party into a very awkward situation that can potentially make them look bad by proxy. And secondly, this is actually what we said. The first time they agreed to send it back was June 30th. At LTX, Linus Media Group put the one-of-a-kind water block up for auction at its Extra Life auction event. More seriously, Linus's statement, which reads, quote, "We have already agreed to compensate Billet Labs for the cost of their prototype," uses specific language to imply that this was agreed upon prior to our video launching. Following this forum post from Linus, we reached out to Billet Labs, with whom we'd already had contact, and we asked them the following. We said Linus's comment doesn't expressly say it, but it seems to imply that this agreement was made previously. Billet Labs said no, absolutely not, no, no, no. The only mention of any money to do with the prototype was our response to them after they said they'd auctioned it. And we basically said, you know, that was an...
I mean, this goes on for a while, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And I won't... I don't know. I won't relitigate this because I covered it before. But like it kind of shows the pattern of behavior from Linus. He's just kind of conceited. But I made my point on the union stuff, right? It's just kind of weird to make this video being like, this is how much money we've made, and be so fundamentally anti-union, and then it comes out that your employees are like, yo, I asked for more money and I've been here for 10 years and you basically told me to F off and go somewhere else. You know, I think it's yeah. But that's the Linus stuff. That's the Linus stuff. I do want to get into Caleb Hammer if we have time for it today, which is a follow-up video to D'Angelo Wallace's first Caleb Hammer video. As well.
I'm suing D'Angelo. So says Caleb Hammer in a live stream that took place on his channel with over 2.8 million subscribers, in which he delivered the single worst response I have ever received in the entire time I've been on the internet. This, for me, is like the equivalent of a ukulele apology or Shane Dawson screaming on a live stream. Caleb came in hot, okay? I'm suing D'Angelo is what he named the live after it ended. And funnily enough, it's not called that anymore. He's been trying to walk this back a little bit. Right now, he wants to play Kumbaya, etc. He seems to think we could be friends or something. I do truly think this man has underestimated the levels of haterade I bring to this game. So if you don't know who Caleb is and you don't know what I said, this is a good time maybe to go back and check out my previous video. The thing that he was threatening.
We watched it yesterday.
To sue me over, I just went ahead and uploaded it. The problem is, before I had a chance to put that video out, Caleb took the original live stream where you just get my unedited thoughts, and that's what he was reacting to, which is why it took him 4 hours to respond to all of my points. And because of this, I regret to inform you, Caleb's live stream is actually unwatchable. It is to the point where people in his audience were begging him, Caleb, please just stop pausing the video every 5 seconds. This is going to take forever. Would you let it play so we can hear what D'Angelo was saying before you go off and start screaming? And this was Caleb's reaction to his fans asking him to do that.
Let 30 seconds play. Fuck you. Unsubscribe. I don't care. Get out of here, bitch. I'm doing a reaction to someone talking shit about me. I'm gonna do it how I want, you little fuck.
And if you're thinking, well, that was kind of a lot of energy, is he like this the entire... Yes. And therefore, sorting through this to figure out what his sort of responses to my main points were was excruciating.
It kind of sounds like somebody. Yes, the Ethan Klein technique, exactly. Exactly. To be entirely fair though, it is annoying. The play the video chatters are annoying. I will say. I'll say it. I'll say it. Play the video chatters are annoying.
I went through 4 hours of this energy just to try to give him a fair shot. I think I'm definitely dumber than I was before. A few of my brain cells have certainly been replaced with rocks at this point, but here is my interpretation of Caleb's responses to my main points that I was making in my video, because I had quite a few. The first thing that I accused him of was uploading misogynist thumbnails, misogynist titles, constantly referring to the women on the shows as the B word, etc. And Caleb says,
we tell them how crazy the episode's gonna be and how the thumbnails and titles are gonna be, and we ask if they're okay with it. They consented, you didn't, you don't matter. It doesn't matter what you think, you fucking weirdo using my name to get views. What is wrong with you, you pathetic fuck who can't do any research?
It still doesn't feel like he's about it, bro. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? It still doesn't feel like he's about it. It still feels like he's like performing and he's acting. Like, I don't believe he's angry. You know? Can we take it from the second scene again? Run it back from the top, actually. Caleb, I'm not feeling your anger, you know? Just imagine something that makes you mad. Think about, you hate your mom, right? Just imagine your mom is there in front of you. And bring that energy into that scene so we can believe the anger that you are exuding. See, I'm getting my director out, chat. I'm getting my, this is how if I was a director, that's what I would do. All right, you ready? You start? Action.
Whatsoever, you're a loser.
oh, it's bad.
Caleb still, yeah, it was bad. Thank you, assistant producer. Thank you, assistant producer D'Angelo. It was bad. You took the words right out of my mouth.
It's bad. This is a bad response. I sat through this for every single point that I made just to see if he had any sort of criticism. And so if I sit here and respond to every single time he like starts crashing out and going off on a tangent and I don't know, trying to verbally whack me over the head with a cartoon hammer, I think we're going to be here for a long time. So pardon me for just responding to his main point. The people on my show, the women on my show consent to being on my show. They're okay with my titles and thumbnails. They talked at length about this, about how they have a whole onboarding process. And this isn't a case of Caleb just, you know, belittling his guest without their permission or whatever. And he uses the same argument to combat many of my points where I'm saying the things he's doing are wrong. And I think that's hilarious to basically build your entire defense over something that does not actually contradict what I was saying. Caleb seems to think that I am offended for the people specifically inside his videos. And that's certainly one way of interpreting my video, but I definitely believe the vast majority of other people watching were easily able to see. My point is that Caleb is playing into an ecosystem of misogynist content by appealing to people who hate women, want to see them get called the B word on the thumbnail. Or
too many words, D'Angelo. You already lost him. You already lost him, bro. You said ecosystem. He don't know what that means. He don't got internet.
A title, say you hate them, etc. The actual individual opinions of the people in the video have quite little to do with what I was saying. Anyway, my next point that I made was that he was an anti-SJW in the year of our Lord 2026, which I don't even think he disagreed with me.
Because every single person I've met who's a social justice warrior or like the old, like not old school woke, but like the new woke, because old school work was good, but they're actually like the worst people I've ever met. If the guest is an SJW, I will make fun of that. If the guest is a racist, I will make fun of them for being racist. Watch the content, you pathetic piece of trash who can't make actual valid criticisms.
Again, we're not doing so hot right now. I guess I didn't say it, but making anti-SJW content is pathetic. It was bad back then, and it is doubly awful now because
At least he says that old woke is good. Black people, we up. Black History Month, baby. Old woke is back.
Know that this is just stupid. He explains that like social justice warrior is a horrible type of person. These are awful people who are constantly on their moral high horse, people who like hold people to these impossible standards and this, that, the other. And while there are definitely people like this who exist, I just find it quite interesting how the term SJW gets applied to people who are usually just saying things like, oh, hey, don't say slurs. Ooh, maybe you shouldn't treat marginalized people as less than. If you think the people doing this need the same level of being made fun of as actual racists, you have completely lost the plot. Anyway, my next point was that he was being weird about pronouns by purposely showcasing people using alternative pronouns in the beginning of his video. That way his audience of bigots was predisposed to disliking this person. And Caleb's response to this is actually amazing. And by the way, if you want to see the expanded version of any of my arguments that I'm talking about here, you can just go back and watch the last video. Again, it's all there. It's explained in more detail. I'm not actually just going off of vibes. I am showing the things I'm talking about.
Do we respect pronouns?
Absolutely.
On the show, I have made mistakes, but I respect. Dude, we're fucking researching your pronouns because I thought you were a woman.
I'm sorry. I saw the funniest tweet that I need to share with you. I said webcam placement of doom. Oh, that's so funny. What's the original title say? It says poggers. This is your rage doing his poggers versus Paga's tier list. That's such a funny. That's so funny though. That's hilarious. It's so funny. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Back, focus up. Lock in.
Woman, because I didn't hear you speak first. So just based on your face, we respect pronouns. What are you fucking talking about?
Oh, the dangers of being a beautiful man. Now you've got proof in the wild that I just walked through this earth and people are like, you are too beautiful to actually exist. You must be a woman.
What I miss? Because I did. Dude, we're fucking researching your pronouns because I thought you were a woman. Because I didn't hear you speak first. So just based on your face, we respect pronouns. What are you fucking talking about?
Oh, the dangers of being a beautiful man. Now you've got proof in the wild that I just walked through this earth and people are like, you are too beautiful to actually exist. You must be a woman. Nah, I'm just pretty. But listen, my point wasn't that Caleb has ever misgendered anybody, because if that happened, I don't know. My point was exactly what I said in my video, which has not actually been contradicted here in any meaningful way. So let's just move on. Next, I accused him of leaning on homophobia as well, which he said can't be the case because
I don't hate gay people. We have, someone say, too many gays working at this company. No, that's a joke again. You read a title that is outrageous and silly and you say I'm homophobic? You say I'm sexist? No, you're fucking retarded. That's the only real thing here.
Ooh. So his response is to say slurs? Sure, okay.
All right, whipping out our first slur. Let's go. Or let's not go, because this is just actually really tiring. The longer this goes on, I just feel like the less effort I actually have to put into responding
dark woke? I've learned it is dark woke. Right? Caleb Hammer is actually just being dark woke here. You don't understand it. You don't get it. It's a big brain play of just being dark woke. Right? Caleb Hammer, Kyle Klinsky. What's the difference? Nothing. Exactly.
I have gay people working for me as an unironic response to homophobia accusations. But just wait, because later he's going to do the same thing with racism and be like, oh, actually, I know black people. If you think I'm kidding, you're in for a ride. Also, I really do love how thus far, not even one thing I said has been contradicted. Not one. If you think I'm leaving out context, because trust, I am leaving out vast swaths of this live stream, you are free to try to get through it. Whether you will do so with your brain cells intact remains to be seen. And by the way, seeing how he just used the R word to describe me for some reason, that was one of my points as well. Hey, being ableist isn't cool. Using this word all the time isn't great. At one point, he was calling a woman's autistic daughter the R slur. And so this is what he says.
I said it for an outrageous moment that she consented to. I talked to her about it before we started filming. You don't know anything. You're offended on behalf of someone who is not offended.
I'm going to give a stupid metaphor because Caleb is a stupid person. So I don't even feel like I can talk about the smart anymore. Let's say you have someone on your show and you both agree, okay, we're going to go whack a random person with a stick. When I show up later making a YouTube video called Caleb Hammer should probably stop whacking random people with sticks, I don't actually think you get to say, well, the person I invited to whack people with me was a consenting adult, so you don't know anything. Using slurs is ableist, and y'all were literally using it to describe an actual human being. Are you serious right now? The same applies to the misogyny, the homophobia, everything that we've covered so far. Again, has nothing to do with your guests. Like, it has something to do with your guests. It's still cringe to watch you sit around and be creepy and sexist and misogynist to real human beings, but their consent is a minor point in this larger argument of you pandering to people who want to see this content. And speaking of just difficult watches, the next thing I talked about was just how icky he is when it comes to many of the guests who are women talking about their bodies. I made the bold claim that actually it's super weird to, within the first minute of meeting somebody, mention their boobs. But you know what? Caleb was like, nah, fam.
Welcome to content. Dude, I'm literally making content. What do you think you're doing? You're over sensational.
Content. Awesome. Allowing someone to call your child slurs is crazy, by the way. I mean, they're fans of Caleb Hammer, so, you know.
This for content. That's what I was doing there. Do you not know how YouTube works? Why is it up to him for what's appropriate?
I didn't know that he was the appropriate police. Show me your badge.
I gotta say, though, if Caleb is the dumbest person alive, whoever that is with the pink hair, strong candidate for second place. Anyway, much of this is him explaining, oh, D'Angelo, like, me talking to people isn't the first time I'm actually meeting them. We have, again, this onboarding process they refer to. We do a lot of vetting, etc. And to that, I say nothing, because it's still creepy to talk about people's bodies this way, bro, especially in content for other people who, again, are clicking in because on some level they want to see this. Anyway, I would say right around here is where the live stream started breaking down. It just started devolving it to combat my assertion that despite being so very stupid, as I'm sure you're seeing even in this video, Caleb is still harmful, and that's why I'm calling this stuff out.
Look through our email, look through our socials. We've had over 50,000 people minimum at this point that have changed their financial lives in the last 4 years because we've done this show. You've never positively impacted someone's life other than entertainment once. Fuck you. You have no moral ground to stand on. None.
And I think after this, he sort of realized that the vast majority of things that I was saying in my video can't really be argued against because I wasn't wrong. So they just, I don't know, the three of them just started going off of vibes, slowly backing away from making any sort of attempt
Is he even
at
on a podcast? I thought the people he was talking to were like cardboard cutouts of people. I have not seen him. I have not seen the people he's in community with, like, on the podcast actually speak. From any clip that I've seen so far.
Rebuttal and just doubling down on the same things they had been saying the entire show.
I don't know how to react to this anymore. It's the same thing over and over again now.
And he hasn't made a single good point.
No, he doesn't. And anything he tries to, it's so uninformed of what actually happens here. First of all, why is it up to you to determine what the show is? Like, make your own show.
That was his response to, oh, hey, it's pretty stupid to try to shame people in open relationships. All you have to do is take any point that I say and say, actually, that's not a good point. And where do we go from here? I guess you win. Okay, great. And that would be a little bit less serious if I was just making, I don't know, nonsensical points that don't matter. But when I'm saying things like, oh, hey, you're doing something racist on your show, and your response is to call a black person on the phone.
I was just accused by a man that I am probably the most racist man out there.
If a white man calls my phone at any point in my life and says, hey, I was just accused of racism, I would murder them myself. I will take them out back and yell at them myself. Because what are you talking about? What are you talking about? On Madonna's internet?
There.
Which he is lighter than you, Robert.
Why Madonna? I have no idea.
By the way, I will say, if anyone is willing to call me on my shit because he knows, like, it's like nothing bad will ever happen, Robert will always call me the fuck out. Robert, am I racist?
No,
not racist.
Okay. Well, thank you, Robert.
Are y'all starting to see why I said this reminds me of the ukulele apology in terms of disconnect from reality? This is a little subtler. It's a little less out there from the surface, but holy moly, this is unhinged. And I think what almost makes this comical is I was saying not to mock Vietnamese people's accents. Also, him saying that I said that he's the most racist person out there. I didn't say that. Caleb's not the most anything out there. I think that's what's so incredible to me about his content being as popular as it is. You're not the funniest. I'm sorry. We don't need to sit here and just start dragging him. I think he's doing great doing that himself in this live stream. Now, this part's really funny. I point out in my video that so much of what Caleb does with his guests is projecting, or at least to my untrained eye comes across as projecting to many of the people watching it. And Caleb has the brilliant response of, no, actually, you're projecting.
Is that not what he's been doing this entire conversation? You've concluded that I'm racist, sexist, homophobic, you name it. That is literally your entire content. You're drawing conclusions about things you literally know nothing about. You don't know me, you don't know our content, you don't know our guests.
Caleb Hammer is a freaking drag to listen to, bro. He's just kind of boring. I have more fun listening to Ethan Klein crash out. I'm not gonna lie. It's more interesting. It's just kind of boring. Should I get to say it over and over again? Yeah, I know. Oh, okay. Also, I'm not bored, I promise. But I did want to say, I saw Now You See Me 3, the third one, yesterday. It's a good movie. 93 Me? Ooh, that would have been a good name. But no, it's called Now You See Me, Now You Don't. Is it the Magic Guys and Girls? Can I finish the second one? 2 was beyond bad. That was surprising. 2 wasn't bad. It was fine. It was fine. It was okay.
You don't know the process. Shut the fuck up.
Anyway,
That is all
good. It started out pretty bad, actually. I think it started out worse than the second one did. But from my memory, the second one. But its ending is probably better than the second movie. The second half of the movie was good.
You do.
It's crazy to say this about
Yes, now there's 3. 1 for each movie.
a video that is live. It is
Actual
live.
Magic or CG animation. Magic, what you believe. I used to do magic in in middle school.
Online, anybody on the internet can go look and see what I said. This is not like a reality based interpretation of events. This is like Caleb's reality, which I would not want to live in, man. I said it before in my last video. You could not pay me. You could not pay me. And speaking of like fake reality, fake everything, one of my main points was that if you go to Caleb's earlier content, this nasty personality, he does not talk to people like this. He's not acting like this constantly in all of his videos. It's forced. And Caleb says, my assertion that he's faking a personality for views is worth suing over.
Tyler, am I me or am I fakey?
You're very real.
Yeah.
What you see is what you get.
Yeah, you're pretty the same.
Fuck off, D'Angelo. You fucking oh, sorry, D'Angelo. I just interrupted a black man. Tyler, please finish.
No, I was saying the same thing as them.
Yeah, have fun in hell for interrupting him.
Literal liar. And actually, that's a lie against our business. I could sue you for that. And maybe I will. I have unlimited money.
Do it.
He's looking for it.
I could sue you because that's actually defamation against me and my business. Saying that this whole thing is fake, I could sue you. And I have the best lawyers in the business. You would be so fucked.
I suppose there's not much room in Caleb's head for multiple thoughts. And so he got very fixated on this idea. Once it popped up into his head, oh, maybe I could sue this guy. He starts framing the rest of this response as, oh, you made a bad point and you're wrong and the guest consented and I'm going to sue you. And when you mix that with just his grandiosity, and listen, I am a grandiose person, for sure. I'll stop and wax poetic about my own good qualities any day. But at the very least, holy God, at least my content doesn't come across like this. This is his reaction to me saying he sold out his viewers for just cashing in the misogyny bucks.
Dude, I could retire tomorrow. I'm sorry. Now, I want to keep working for two reasons. One, I enjoy it. I'll be so fucking bored if I don't. Two, I also don't want to just fire everyone. But like, that wouldn't be very good. But dude, I have more money than you'll ever have. And again, that's not a fucking brag. I'm sorry. It's really not. But it is true. It is true. And I could retire tomorrow.
I'm not charging people like $1,000 for an online course. I'm not posting
so
like 3,000
boring,
videos
bro.
on one channel, taking every single thing I do.
15 minutes to this 40-minute video. Okay, I'm gonna get to a random section to see what else he talks about. Not D'Angelo, but Caleb Hammer.
Expensive it is to make and maintain. You have no idea what our payroll is. Listen, I'm not promising I'm suing you, but I'm promising I'm talking to my lawyers about suing you.
Okay, suing stuff again. How about here?
Nothing. You'll never be remembered for anything. You're pathetic. You are 5 years ago, 10 years ago. We've all moved on. No normal person cares. And ladies and gentlemen, say it with me one last time.
This show is not for you, and that's okay.
See you in court, bitch.
Bye.
I need
you. He's gonna sue you. Okay.
Stupid piece of over sensationalizing shit. You have done no research. You have ruined your career. What is wrong with you? D'Angelo, dude, you are a broken individual. You have no ability to actually understand what people are saying. People like this actually need to be held accountable for the fact that they just say things and then they move on and there's no consequences. You're a bad person, D'Angelo. That is an actual lie.
Y'all remember earlier when I was talking about projection?
This video has discredited all of your previous work because now we know you don't research and you just virtue signal about everything, meaning nothing you say and everything.
Oh, the video is no longer called I'm suing D'Angelo, but it is called D'Angelo Wallace is trying to cancel me. Oh, but I proved him wrong. You wouldn't be able to. It's just trying to cancel. I'm suing D'Angelo.
What? I thought he posted finance content. Why is he talking about Los Pollos and Hassan? Do people find Caleb Hammer enjoyable? I guess. I was gonna click on this video until I saw it was Joshua Wiseman. So I had to click not interested. Thank you very much. Caleb Hammer. This is a crazy thumbnail. Oh my goodness, how much does he post in a day? He posts 4 videos in a day? A behind the scenes, audit update, audit post show, audit breakdown. Oh my goodness. Hey, milk it if you got it, I guess. Milk it if you got it. But he must be supposed to get on his live channel. Wait, did he just repost the content on both channels? Hold on. Videos. He does. He just reposted the content as like members only videos on both channels. I guess in case you missed it. Here he posted the cut down version and then a post show version. He also posted the post show version on his live channel at the same time. That's like the new YouTube meta. Good to know, I guess. He's a staff, of course. He has to post 5 a day.
Points. Dare I say every point? So, wow. The video is no longer called I'm suing D'Angelo, but it is called D'Angelo Wallace is trying to cancel me. Oh, but I proved him wrong. You wouldn't be able to define the word cancel if your life depended on it. He comes back and pins a comment and says, I'm sure D'Angelo is a good guy in general, and I know the internet slop community can get pretty intense, but if you're from his community, please listen. I know I can likely be more over the top and say words you don't like, but I hope you're willing to actually hear my responses to the criticisms he gave. So you acknowledge that I was giving criticism and not just trying to cancel you. Interesting. Anyway, I'm going to tell you right now, nobody who follows me would actually be able to make it through your 4-hour video. I was barely able to make it through your 4-hour video. You know what? Let me be honest about this. I had to read it. That's the only way I got. I could not listen to him speak for 4 hours because it was so soul draining. I had to be like, you know what? Let me just get the transcription of this and pretend it's like a Substack article. That way I can survive the editing of this, get it out quickly and move on with my life. Ain't nobody finna watch that, Caleb. But I still
finna be in the pit. Sorry.
Suggest that people do. If they really want to see the unedited versions of his live points, I'm not misrepresenting him because the original video is still there. It's still online. You can go see what he said and see whether or not my interpretation of it was fair. Anyway, he says, and no, I don't sue for criticism as people are saying. That would be every day of my life if so. But when you claim that I do not provide any benefits to our guests, allude that our products are scams, allude. Oh, see, he's realizing I never said the product.
That's crazy. I guess companies can just sue for anything now, right? If somebody's like, dog, I don't really see the benefit of drinking Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola is like, I'm suing you now. You're alluding that our Coca-Cola products don't do what they say they will do. Or I'm suing you, you're being sued. Get sued, baby. You're just like, okay.
Products were a scam. The backtracking is wild, y'all. And say flat out that I am racist, homophobe, transphobia, and sexist. That's where the actual legal troubles can happen. No, they can't. You were never actually going to do anything. I had so many people texting me like, oh, D'Angelo, he's going to sue you. He's going to sue you. I went to sleep. I was like, he's not going to do anything. Not even because I know too much about legal whatever mumbo jumbo. I know this personality type. I was like, he's just crying because I dared criticize him. He says, a lawsuit tends to just give another creator more drama to react to, so it's more than likely nothing will happen. But these are serious things to discuss when creators make claims such as these. And you know that D'Angelo has destroyed people's careers, some rightfully and some unrightful. So ask yourself, how would you react? Okay, whose career have I destroyed? I would actually like to hear it. Hold on.
Jake Paul. Next question.
Hold on. Because I don't usually do this. Shane Dawson? Nope, he's still here. Shane Dawsoning it up. Y'all think I destroyed Cody Ko's career? Wow, here's Cody Ko, uploading more videos than I have been uploading recently. That's crazy. Because here's the thing. I didn't commit statutory rape, right? I didn't don blackface or groom minors. Cody Ko was accused of committing statutory rape.
And Shane Dawson, if you know what happened to Shane Dawson's cat.
I made a video saying, Cody Ko is accused of committing statutory rape, and many people in the commentary community are ignoring it because it's uncomfortable to talk about. If that is me destroying someone's career rightfully or unrightfully, it's just not. I have no way of really responding to that. That's inaccurate. And to kind of just get back into Caleb's point, how would you react? Caleb, I wouldn't react. If some dude made a 90-minute portion of his live stream saying, I don't like D'Angelo, you really think I'm gonna grab my friends, have them sit around with me so we can destroy this guy? That is unhinged. You got this comment. Someone said, I wonder then, being a thick-skinned Texan myself, if you and D'Angelo could have a public-facing conversation, two adult men around the same age, nah. He is 30. Caleb is old. I know that I'm 27, so unfortunately, I've lost my right to call people who are 30 old. We are around the same age. But bro, you are so old to be acting like this. Let's be real right now. Anyways, two adult men around the same age calmly expressing thoughts and concerns like grown-ups. And Caleb says, I'd be down. I DM'd him today to have, where did you DM me? I don't use social media. I didn't see it. That was never going to happen. Every few months, I remember I have an Instagram account, and so I will post a picture there. I'm wondering if maybe that's where that DM is, but okay, let's just keep going. I DM'd him today to have a genuine, productive convo now that
I'm not 27. I'm 25. So, joke's on you. I'm young and spry, baby. Young and spry. Oh, gosh darn it.
Cooled off? We will see if he's interested in that or only content. Happy to chat to him and get his perspective and give him mine as well. My perspective is that you're racist and I'm black. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to sit in a room with you. I don't want to give you the time of day. I've seen this tactic before. This is a part where you're going to be like, oh, see, D'Angelo is intolerant. Oh, see, D'Angelo claiming to be part of the tolerant left or whatever you want to say. Now he doesn't want to talk to me. You're right. I am deeply intolerant of you. Caleb Hammer, we're not finna have a conversation. We're not gonna kumbaya. We're not gonna.
The left was never tolerant to intolerant people.
Kiki, this don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. And this is also how I know that on some level, you must have believed what you were saying in your live stream. That you think, I don't believe anything I say in my videos. It's all because I know people will agree with me, or I just have to have the right opinion and virtue signal, as you say. But I meant every word. Unlike you, I'm not grifting. I'm not lying. I'm not faking anything in my content. If I said all these awful things, it's because I believe them about you. Why would we ever talk to each other in a public facing conversation? If you want to have me on and I can walk you through the steps of deleting your channel and that could be your last video, sure, I'm down. I will look at my schedule. We can arrange that. But beyond that, dude, go kick rocks. I can't stress this enough. You suck really bad. And I would prefer never to think about you again. It's funny how I'm like, oh, go kick rocks. You suck. I don't want to talk. And his fans are finna be like, oh, wow, D'Angelo, such a baby, such a baby. Meanwhile, your fave was on there crashing out. Your fave was on there fighting for his life, trying to disprove even a single point that I had to call me the R slur 40 times. This is hilarious. Anyway, someone asks him, you suing or nah? And he says, likely not worth the time or energy. I get worked up easy. So his
okay. Oh my goodness. He said more. Oh my god, I can't read this. Also can't listen to D'Angelo read this either. I gotta call it. I can't. I think we got the point. Let's get to whatever this Charlie video is about, because Charlie videos always know how to cheer me up, I guess. Oh, my back freaking hurts, bro. I'm tired.
Yapped a lot about Roblox, but oh well. I'm gonna keep doing it. It's one of the biggest platforms on the planet that's used predominantly by children, and it has a huge glaring issue that every single human being with a functioning frontal lobe on the planet can recognize, except for the company itself.
Roblox is so sad, bro. I used to love that game when I was a kid. Bro. I used to play not Shinobi Striker, but there was this like Naruto game that was super cool. There was that was one of the last games I played. That was like, it's probably close to like 10 years ago at this point. There was Natural Disaster Survivor. There was that one that was pretty cool. There was one game where you get to like live a life, and like it gave you a job, and you would have to show up to your job every day, and everybody would have a job. You know what I'm talking about? I remember what it's called. Okay, it wasn't called Roblox Life. What was it called? Let's see. Marketplace? No, it wasn't a marketplace. Charts? Prison Life. There was that one. Bro, what are these games? They look so gross. Escape police for brain rots? I don't know any of these. These all look AI.
Predators. For years, there have been innumerable cases.
That's such a funny message. Thank you.
Of pedophiles utilizing that platform to prey on children, and Roblox Corp itself just doesn't do enough. It's been a huge criticism.
Paid access? There are games on Roblox you have to pay for? It's crazy.
Criticism shared by tons and tons of people. And the CEO, Dave Buzuki, is so out of touch that
That's
he
not
always...
his real name. That's not his real name. I don't believe it. That is not his real name.
It's like minimizes how big of a problem this is and instead will shift the focus to making Roblox a dating platform, which is so laughably tone deaf it would be comical if it wasn't so depraved and so degenerate.
I live like a capitalist
And that's not a joke. He is always talking and preaching the gospel about how he wants Roblox to be a dating platform, even in the midst of stories like what we're...
Pickled Radish, thank you for the 7 months. Much appreciated. It is Buzuki. That's such an interesting name.
About the cover right now with kidnapping. Children being kidnapped from people they met through Roblox. There have been so many cases of predators using Roblox and going unpunished by Roblox, by the way. Some of these pedophiles that got arrested didn't even get banned on Roblox, by the way. It's just a huge issue that for some reason this company cannot recognize, and they just do not do enough to ensure the safety of the children that use their platform.
This Omaha native is in a Georgia jail tonight accused of abducting a pair of sisters.
Well, the young girls are home safe in Florida tonight. Deputies say a 19-year-old, Sarah Mulasse, met them on the online gaming platform Roblox.
How many times have you heard of stories just
Run
like
that by me
this?
one more time?
Home safe in
Georgia jail tonight.
Hassan raid? Hassan industry to avoid getting blown up. What? Are you trolling? Yep. What? What did I miss? What did I miss? For the end of his stream, hello. So much. Welcome in Hassan Chatters, I guess. Hold on. He's probably live on YouTube, right? The Holy Name looking for the prawn. He was on YouTube today? Of course he wasn't on YouTube today. Gosh freaking darn it. That's gosh. What? I can't type. Super short stream.
Bronze regime and its proxies are
that immediately oh god. Famously, yeah, IRGC seeking missiles.
Last 10
famously,
minutes,
American missiles when they explode near an IRGC asset, it actually totally avoids killing all of the random civilians that happen to be around it. Yeah. Yeah, do you know what cluster munitions are, chatter? Yeah. Just like American missiles are Yeah, American missiles are also famously American missiles are also famously not seeking gay people too. This is like a very cool new technology that we have here. Wait, hold on. I'm getting some messages. Oh God.
See a role for you. How many ads have a project that's already starting? As you'd like to be a part of it. A project for what?
Oh no. One of the regime guys, Morandi, literally just tweeted. Sayed Mohammed Morandi tweeted basically an hour ago, it's time to immediately leave all countries that host U.S. bases in the Gulf region.
Iran's regime
Okay,
and its
anyway,
proxies are...
that's a good note to end the broadcast on. We're getting the fuck out of here, hopefully.
New Reddit, a new LSM.
If things are fine by the time what the fuck is this meme, dude? What is this meme? By the time, hopefully tomorrow I will be live from the United States of America. If things have not gone well, there's a range of options here, okay? If things have gone mildly fine, we will at least be alive and maybe in Qatar. But if things are really bad, then we're not alive. But on that note, I have to go. I love you guys, and I told you I was going to do a short stream just to give you guys an update.
That is literally the worst option imaginable. The worst option imaginable. This is real and important. I like to give you the details and you shape your role. I mean, send me a DM on Discord. I don't know if I'll see it tonight or tomorrow because I'll be busy. No stream tomorrow for me either. Oh, that's gonna be rough. I also legitimately cannot stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be busy. Who knows what's gonna happen at that point?
But hopefully tomorrow I'll be live with Brace Belden and Marrow, the Kid Marrow in New York City.
Dang, not even an outro? They got him. Rip. So you know it's serious. Marsh pulled the plug. Oh. Marsh was like, you're taking too long, bro. We have to leave. We have to leave now. And someone was like, guys, we're leaving. If you want to see us, maybe we'll be here tomorrow. Maybe we won't be here tomorrow. So Marsh was like, we gotta go. Well, I'll see all of y'all. Marsh was like, you ripped the cable.
New York City. But if things are really bad, then we're not alive. But, on that note, I have to go. I love you guys. And, I told you I was going to do a short stream just to give you guys an update. But hopefully tomorrow I'll be live with...
what did he say about black people? If Nice Bathroom is telling me to go to 53 minutes.
Listed a number of Democrat-led cities like Detroit and Atlanta, where he thinks the federal government should step in.
Look at some of the crashed my car into a cop, got out and said common sense, they let me go. Dude, if you say it 3 times, they give you their service weapon. Did you know that? Is she giving the land back? Not hers to have. XD. You're on the side that helps illegals that doesn't speak English. Nice passengers, you should probably stick to gooning if you don't know what land bag is. Do you know what a black Hebrew Israelite is? That's the side I'm on, dumbass. Okay, Nice Bathroom. What are you doing, man? What the fuck are you doing?
I knew it. I knew it.
Nice.
I knew it. As soon as Nice Bathroom said something, I was like, what happened? How did Hassan get into black people's business?
Bathroom decided, actually, I'm gonna try a new method in moderation, previously unheard of, where I just start fucking with these idiots.
True.
He said, "Fuck it, new moderation style. I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna
Did you
fry
ban him
them
afterwards?
Fry these children of Yaqub. Nice Bathroom.
2026 dark woke. What do you mean by that? Why is Nice Bathroom dark woke? Interesting, chatter. Interesting choice of words. Yo. Yeah, dark. What do you mean? Yeah. During Black History Month is crazy. It's wild. But yeah. We're so back. We are so back. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see if Hassan's alive tomorrow. I'll keep you updated. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't know. But I won't be here tomorrow. So I'll be here. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I have a shoot. The day after that, I have nothing. The holy Nim, thank you for the prime. Live and alive? We'll see if he's live and alive. That's when his modeling career, that would be crazy. But hey, if you're an agent, want to hit me up. I don't want to be a model. I want to be an actor, an actor. See, this is I got the streamer bug, right? You're a streamer for a few years, and then immediately you're like, I want to be an actor. I want to be a rapper. I want to be a producer. I want to be a fashion designer. I plug you with wisdom. You don't know wisdom. A creative director. Yeah. I can be so much more. I just gotta go to Italy. True. Oh, did y'all see the Kai clip? Okay. I hope Hassan's fine. That's my answer. Did y'all see the Kai clip that people are clowning him for? You want to be a professor? I do also want to be a teacher. That's my like late end goal. I want to die in this world at some point, preferably not relatively soon, but like at a relatively normal age, 50s. But I want to be a professor when I die. That's why I want to end my life here. 50s. Okay, fine. Late 50s. Don't too late. It's in the cards. It was this. This was titled Kai Snatch shares behind the scenes of him making his first hoodie in under an hour for his clothing brand Vivette. Lead foot? True. Well, he's from New York. Do you think Kai drives? You can tell people who have lead foots when they do that. They can't drive. Because if you drive, you know how to apply pressure with your foot in a normal way. Cars? No. Doesn't mean you can drive them. Wouldn't be the first time people who can't drive have cars. Famous New Yorkers only start driving when they leave New York City, and they're the worst drivers. Yeah. Cardi B had a Bentley before getting her license.
That's way better.
Song is actually hard. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. My take on this is that I still think it's performative. I do think it's performative, right? I think he's performing for the camera, right? But it's like, it's fine. You know, it's like a fine performance, you know. They hate it because it's performative. She didn't get her license until she was 28, and I don't trust her driving 10 years later. To be fair, I also don't trust my sister driving, and she's had her license since she was like 16, 17. There's no way for it not to be performative. I mean, if it wasn't recorded and filmed. This is what I do. This is what I do think, right? I do agree with a post that I said, which is like, this is kind of lame, Kai. Just make the brand and come back to us with the finished product. You know what I mean? I think Kai is trying to do this thing that people who aren't confident in themselves when they're picking up a new skill do, is that they try to show the process. Right? You don't trust women drivers? No, I don't trust drivers younger than me. That's the difference. Also, I don't trust my siblings who are drivers. Neither of them can drive. They both drive like maniacs. Ageist? I am ageist when it comes to driving. I think if you're too old or too young, you shouldn't drive. Hot take. Hot take. It's like how there isn't a hobby women can have without being judged. The hobby is even remotely considered feminine and gets treated the same. Must be exactly shots to drive. Exactly. The one thing I think it's good to take away is that it destigmatizes textiles as womanly. Sure, but I don't think Kai doing it is doing that. You know, I think that's true and that is a good thing. I don't think that Kai doing that is like necessarily doing that holistically, right? Like textiles for a while now, at least for the last few decades, have been removed from being like a womanly thing because of the rise of like, you know, male fashionistas and such. But my point is, regardless of that, I think that
African princess.
This is all a performance for Kai to lead up to be promo for his brand. Right? I think people on both sides of it are kind of weird because, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think Kai can do what he wants to do. He's an adult, he's a grown man. If he wants to make clothes, he can make clothes, right? I'm not gonna clown on him for doing that, right? But on the other side of it, I don't think this is just Kai just making clothes, right? These videos that he's putting out, is coming from a performance to kind of, you know, get people ready to see his clothes. Mostly because I don't think he's confident in his clothes being like amazing. And so I think his process is becoming part of the performance to get people to buy his clothes. You know? Like that he's learning though, but he's not really, I don't think. And this is what I said about his other channel, right? His Kai's Mind channel. That he hasn't posted on for 3 weeks. Right? I told you as soon as he posted his video on his main channel, he's not posting on this channel anymore. This channel is only promo. This channel is promo exclusively.
No, that was an expensive.
Jeez Louise. This channel was exclusively promo for this I Quit video. There's a reason why it lines up. You know, 3 weeks ago, right? He spent a month putting out content on this channel just to be a lead up to this video. You think it's disingenuous? No, I think it's performative. I think Kai had a plan, and that is he wanted to make a clothing brand, and this, right, Kai's Mind, which it's pretentious as a name in the first place, but all of this is promo in the lead up to him dropping his clothing brand. I think it's a drawn out rollout. Yeah, I think so as well. You know, to use a sewing machine is so tedious that drag queens sign up for contests without knowing how. So give them props for a machine people in the industry don't do. Yeah, again, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I don't think Kai is like holistically like grifting or anything like that, right? But it is a rollout, right, for his clothing brand. And everything we're seeing from him is what he wants to show us as a lead up to his clothing brand being dropped, right? I don't think it's like malicious, like he's trying to like take advantage of people and or whatever. I think that's just what it is. You know, if it's an ad or not, it's still nice to show this side of creators. I don't know. That's fine. I'm not saying that it's bad or whatever, right? But I do think some of it does come from a level of insecurity with the product itself. I think it's because he feels like he's so new to creating, like, you know, fashion and clothing and stuff, that he needs to show the process, because that's the gimmick that he can separate himself out from just dropping a clothing brand like everybody else. You know what I mean? And so this is what this tweet is saying here, right? The fake struggle is whack. What's the point of making millions of dollars and cosplaying a struggling entrepreneur? Flagship is hiring the right people with your resources to make dope shit. This is a poor mindset. I don't necessarily agree with this as a poor mindset, right? But there is a good point to be made here, in that, like, Kai Cenat has enough money where, like, he could bring in the right talent to create his creative vision if he so chose to, right? But I think the whole, like, Kai is a one-man show and he's doing it by himself and he's learning how to do it and this is his thing. That's part of the branding for his rollout. He doesn't want it to just be he doesn't want the clothes to speak for himself. He wants to present the clothes as Kai Cenat. He wants it to be Kai Cenat Vivette instead of just Vivette as the brand. You know, this is like you wouldn't see like Rihanna in the freaking in the labs making her Fenty products, being like, oh, if I just did this pipette and I take this and I put this over here and then I combine it over here and I put it in a centrifuge to separate these two different scents from each other, and then I take this and that, you know what I mean? That would be performative as well, right? I don't get the thought that he's insecure about it because his promos of his personal branding of his clothes. The insecurity comes from, like, you know, the need to, like, show, you know, him making the hoodie itself, right? This is me kind of inferring, right? He might not actually be insecure about it, but, like, oftentimes what people will do when they're not secure in their product is they'll show the process, right? Like, you'll have I don't know, for music, right? They are insecure in how they create their music. So they'll just show, like, hey, you know, this is what I have so far, but, you know, so tell me how it is so you can get some feedback on it. So you be like, okay, well, you don't like this, I'll try to change it thing. You know what I mean? It may not be insecurity specifically, but, like, I think the process is a part of what he's trying to show. Yeah, leaked demo is a good way to put it. Yeah. Right? Video game leaks. Companies do it all the time. There will be leaks for a video game. They'll gauge public perception and reaction. They're like, oh, okay, they don't like that. They don't like this. We'll change it. We'll do this. We'll do that. You know what I mean? For the process of humanizing the brand for the audience, I disagree. That's what he's doing, personally. He released these videos after his brand blows up. It's a much better look for whatever the process is. I agree. I think the reason why he did it before is because I think partially it's because of marketing, but secondarily, I think it's, you know, because he doesn't necessarily think that the brand can stand on its own. Right? Kai Cenat could legitimately leave the internet for 6 months, right? 6 more months, and came with a completed full drop of clothes and then released them. Right? By and large, like movie studios don't show behind the scenes footage of finished products before the movie's released. They'll do promo, they'll do marketing, right? But they don't necessarily do, like, behind the scenes leaks of, like, this is what you're looking at, right? It's like showing spoilers for the movie, like who the main villain is, you know, in your trailer number 1. You don't do that. He's trying to get ahead of the grifting narrative. Everyone knows you got if you got money, all you need to do is hire someone. Yeah, but, like, I don't know. I mean, he's gonna do what he does, and I hope he keeps doing it. But, like, I do think that he's trying so hard to present authenticity that it comes off as inauthentic. You know? That's kind of the point that I'm making. came to Mr. Beast Burgers, Wahlburgers, and he Ghost Kitchen. I think Kai's is a little bit more, genuine than those are. They were showing Robert Downey Jr. coming back like a year before the first season dropped. Yeah, and I think that sucked. I think most people hated that. Right? It sucks. It's like literally the worst part of the movie. I agree. I think he's trying not to get lumped in with those people. Oh. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. And I'm probably not gonna buy it, honestly. But I think that like people just hate ads. And everything Kai has posted so far since Mafia-thon 3 has been an ad for something. Right? Mostly his brand. And so like you're not even getting the authentic Kai you used to get when he streamed. Right? Because like this is an ad, right? These are all ads. Right? This is an ad. It's all ads. Right? He literally clickbaited, I quit. You know, to launch his brand. Or not even to launch it. Not even to launch it. He clickbaited, I quit, to announce his brand. Does he still post reading videos? No. That's my point. Right? That nobody's talking about. And why? Because I used to be in the camp that like, Kai was fully genuine in what he's doing. Right? But the reading videos stopped the moment this video dropped. It's been 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Yeah, so it's like an interactive ad. You can watch its inception or something. Yeah, exactly. You start posting reading videos, and that's how I knew you were right. I said it like the day, like the day after, right? I said, hey, we'll see. We'll see in a few weeks. We'll see in a few months if he posts a reading video. And I remember what I said? I said, I don't think he will. I said, I don't think he will post another reading video because I think this was an ad for the lead up of the announcement of Viva. Maybe time will tell, and I would be wrong, and I'll be incorrect, and I'll apologize for it. It's sad I wish he continued. He might still be doing it, genuinely. But it feels like what's the point of having like a documentation, this is what I'm doing channel, and then it all just abruptly ends after your launch video for your brand, and then nothing else is posted on it. It doesn't feel genuine in that case. But it is what it is. I've said my piece on that. And time will tell. Time will tell. I didn't talk about the freaking Colin Allred stuff. And Jasmine Crockett stuff. Ugh. Imagine all this he's doing and the clothes are underwhelming. But that's the point. That's the case, right? The point is that the clothes are going to be underwhelming. It's his first, soiree into the fashion. He's supposed to be bad at it. This is why he should just put something out. Not saying, don't put effort into it. But, the more he tries to hype this up as being the most transformative thing ever, when it's not that and it fails, people will feel some type of way about that. And they will judge you more harshly because of how you did your lead up and your launch to it. Right? Kai Cenat should have just left for 6 months, came back, and dropped the hoodie. Right? Left for 3 months, came back, and dropped a pair of pants, Left for 6 months, came back, and dropped the clothing line. Right? Start practicing. And a part of practice is getting feedback. Not just being like, I'm learning how to sew, right? But like launching something, launching something, letting people interact with it, see what works and what doesn't work, come back and reiterate, right? Or come back and iterate. I think people would have respected it more if he just put something out instead of this strange multi-pronged advertisement for that he's building curiosity. Yeah, like take what Markiplier did for Iron Lung, kind of thing, right? To be fair, I don't know. Maybe Markiplier posted on his channels about like, this is the first scene in Iron Lung or whatever. I actually don't know how it started.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and I'm very tired. I'm gonna go into the ocean. And I'm going to... Fuck. Lixie, and roll it back. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is Iron Lung. I meant to play this a long time ago and then I got lost in...
No, just a few trailers and updates, yeah. No, we didn't do teasers, just updates. Mark with Iron Lung is different because he played the game years ago. When he's making a movie, it's not a random thing. Like with Kai. Well, Kai said this also isn't random for him either. He wanted to make clothes forever. I actually don't think it's that different. Right? I don't think like Kai woke up and was like, I want to be a fashion designer. He said it in his I Quit video. He said, I've always loved clothes. I've always wanted to make something. This is what I kind of want to do. So I think it's relatively similar. Actually, remember I watched Did That. She was always into fashion. One day she dropped a whole line of basics. She just got invited to London for Fashion Week this year, and how because of how engaged her community was with her line. Yeah, and that's sick. Art didn't perform for the camera about it like Kai is, and that's kind of where the difference lies. I also agree, but I also don't understand the ratings such fashion correlation just to get his name trending. It's about like bettering himself kind of thing. He's like, oh, I'm doing this to better myself. I'm doing this to better myself. Right? So it's about him taking on new endeavors and trying to be better. He said he wanted to learn how to read better because it helped him speak better. And because he's going to be a face of a brand, he needs to be able to speak, more fluently and eloquently. Right? That's that. Like, Kai drew that correlation with his videos. Right here. I'll show what he said for his very, very first video or second video.
It's currently 4:41, December 21st. I have this book with me, Atomic Habits.
Yeah, it's like this video, I think.
If you're watching right now, you are witnessing me making my channel right here, right now. You feel what I'm saying? Hold on. Oh, my gosh. You feel what I'm saying? Look, boom. Kai's Mind right there. I don't know. Right, I don't know if y'all can see it. Kai's Mind right there.
Like, I'm sorry. It just reads as perform. You're a multi-millionaire seasoned content creator.
Hold on.
There's no reason this video should be as bad as it is. No reason this video should be as bad as it is.
Yeah, Kai's Mind right there. Right there. I'm making it right now. I don't know what's going to happen. I think this is going to be a good way for me to just get stuff out. And y'all could just follow the lore. I don't know. But the reason why I'm using a weird camera like this is I just want to show y'all that putting out content, you don't need the best thing in the world. So,
nigga, you're Kai Cenat. What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, I'm using this bad camera because it shows that when you're putting out content, you don't need to be, have the best things in the world. But you do need to be the literal most like famous streamer in freaking North America. Posting your self-improvement journey is also a classic post-heartbreak posting. Yeah, but I do think for the self-improvement journey thing, I think it helps hold you accountable. But like he stopped, Phrase. I meant for Kai, we mentioned how he did a lead up to a month on his IR channel for Mark. He was always doing short movie projects over the years, and it became a natural lead up. Like they're both performative, for sure, and how they go about doing their content. Both the clothing brand and the movie comparison, I see is different personally. Sure.
Bye.
I can't take this man seriously. I can't take this man seriously when he's posting stuff like this.
No cap. It is currently 4 a.m.
Put the phone down, Kai. I swear, if he shows me the phone one more time, I'm gonna go insane on mode.
06 a.m. and I currently woke up on my sleep.
I believe you. Just say what time it is. I believe you. Why would you lie about it, you know?
I just wanted to say, y'all, listen to me. Never stop being creative. Never stop being creative, because I'm not gonna lie.
Like, I'm sorry. Again. The point is, if he's on a self-improvement journey, why is he being a motivational speaker? Why is he giving advice? Again, I don't want to be like anti-Kai here and to dog on Kai for no reason. But like, it's so disjointed what he's trying to do, or what he's saying he's trying to do, and what he's actually doing. And maybe that's true. I don't think he's doing any harm. I also don't think he's doing like specific harm or whatever, right? It doesn't mean we can't make fun of him for being a little bit cringe. I feel like it might be therapy for him. He's just laying out his thoughts on it. You would think that, right? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Until 3 weeks ago, where his thoughts apparently stopped. That coincidentally coincided with this video that announced his clothing brand. And he had no more thoughts after that. That's the part that's a little bit weird to me. I was fully in the camp of like, you know, he's just getting stuff out there and he wants to create and he's trying to better himself, and that's good. Until conveniently, the betterment content stopped once he launched or announced his clothing brand. Is Kai gonna Kanye on us? I don't think so. Thoughts are on his phone screen, you just have to see it, yeah. Is this the same time you said the reading stopped? Yes. This video posted when the reading stopped. Right, this video posted on January 13th, 2026. The last reading was on January 13th, 2026. Yeah, I thought he was doing betterment stuff. It's good, great thing to watch in real time. This is disappointing if he's doing all his correct clothing brand lead up. I feel like this should be private. That's why most people who achieve something may document their journey, but generally don't post it until they achieve what they consider to be significant. Exactly. That's the weird part. He didn't even launch the brand yet. You know what I mean? Like, again, the timing is just so weird. Because we only found out about this video from this video. We only find, like, this is what he said. Here, I will play what he said.
For the past few weeks,
like, broski, you had to cover the camera up to move something out the way. I can't. I can't with this man, dog.
For the past few weeks, I have been uploading videos to my secret channel this entire time. And if you guys want to see what I've been going on, click the top link in the description. It's called Kai's Mind, or follow my private page on IG, KC3 Hidden, so you guys can see every single thing I've been working on. Other than that, I appreciate and love everybody so much. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys soon.
Like, he put his secret channel in his main channel video that tagged his main channel and his live channel. Am I tripping? Right, and ASAP Rocky was 100% correct about this. I was happy to do with a huge male audience is reading on camera, and I still think that. I still think that right? A$AP Rocky shares some advice for Kai Cenat and his brand Vivette. Don't let us see the Picasso before it's finished. They're going to judge you off of the process, bro. Step back, perfect the craft, and pop out. 100%.
Don't let us see the Picasso before it's finished. Like when the world knew Lil Wayne was working on his skating skills, it's like we looking through the process and they gonna judge you off the process, bro. Step back, perfect the craft, then pop out. There's nothing wrong with being vulnerable and admitting that you being humble about it, that you still wanting to learn. There's nothing wrong with being a student. But like
reference Kai Cenat. To be fair, at this point, I haven't seen anything that specifically referenced Kai Cenat. It may, but it still applies to Kai.
Don't let us see the unfinished painting.
Yeah, niggas be hating when they see the process. They be like, sometimes I heard someone say that too. It's like, as soon as they look, they look.
Shut up, Act. Shut up,
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Lord I don't think he doesn't maliciously. He's just too conditioned into capitalism. Yeah. Lord Eastwood, think of her the 7 months. Was in a close friend story if you want to be held accountable. Yeah, and to be fair, I don't think there's anything wrong with this channel if it just stayed this channel, right? But him promoting it at the end of this video, especially when you haven't launched yet, is crazy. I should just in a clip farming account pretending I talked about Kai. The video looks old. I don't know. As I said, I don't know if he's talking about Kai or not. But it's still good advice. He's saying what I said, right? In that, like, it would be a lot more meaningful if Kai made the brand, launched the brand, put the product out, let the product speak for itself, without being like, yeah, this is me. I'm grinding and making this hoodie. Look at all the blood, sweat, and tears I'm putting into this. Right? Just make the product. Make a product. Make something. Anyway, this is completely off topic. But let's see what he has to do. This is the last thing I'll say. I'll watch. I'll close the other tab so I'm held to it.
Is everything. Everything that we're around is created by something or inspired by something else. You feel me? So never stop being creative. But anything that you put your name a part of, anything that you do, whether you're doing a partnership with somebody, whether you're doing a fucking brand deal, make sure you have all creative control. I'm telling you, creative control cannot be bought by any amount of money. Your brain, your mental, the boredom that leads into creativity is amazing. You feel me? Even if you're not a creative person, push to be. Just push to be. Go out there, get inspired, go crazy, look at billboards, whatever it is outside. Look at.
I'm sorry. That's such an interesting first piece of advice. He said, look at billboards. For what? Like, what is just any billboard? I saw a pro-Israel billboard a few streets down. Should I look at that one? Just, what am I trying to glean from it? Like, I followed Kai's advice and now I'm in ice.
Whatever it is, get inspired, be creative. That is your most important value with whatever you do in your career, whatever you do in your life.
I and this is still early into his Kai's mind thing. I just don't think he has the charisma to be like a motivational speaker, like he's trying to be here. It kind of falls on deaf ears a little bit, you know.
Make sure that you don't lose any creative control in anything. That is what I thrive at.
What? I'm sorry. I don't understand the last sentence.
That is you don't lose any creative control in anything. Whatever you do in your career, whatever you do in your life, if you really care about creating, make sure that you don't lose any creative control in anything. That is what I thrive at.
What? Does that last sentence make sense to you? Chat? He thrives at maintaining creative control. I mean, maybe. He thrives at not losing creative control. I guess. That is a weird thing to highlight you thriving at. Show me this one.
See, so I got some, like, a tape.
No, wait, start from the beginning.
What?
Okay, what's the tape called?
Panasonic.
And why you called it Panasonic?
Because it's like that if you look at the like old commercials and like of like I don't know, even like the 80s commercials, shit like that, like everything in the editing and like just to tell that product of like TV.
You meant strive for? Oh, that would make sense. That would make sense.
Music radio players and shit like that. That shit's like mad cool. Like this is how
So that's the theme. That's the theme of what you want to put out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is like a fucking preview and shit like that.
You know we can't see it, right?
And this is like this is you, Chris. Is this the best version of what you wanted to make? Is this your best version? Like did you did you try? You put your all into it?
I think for preview, yeah.
You did?
Like, I feel like it's more shit I want to drop.
Okay.
So, like,
No. We're talking about this.
Oh,
the preview. Did you put your best into the preview?
I think so. I think so.
You think so or you know so? You gotta say you think or you know.
Yeah, I like it.
All right. So you're already in a perfect direction. If you feel like that's your best, that's best. That's your best. You feel what I'm saying?
Like, sure. I don't know. Sure. Like, I get having friends that hold you accountable, but like, my question is Kai particularly qualified to be like consulting Chris? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying you need to be like a yes man and be like, yeah, man, this is good, bro. Yeah, he dropped this right now. Drop this right now. It's amazing. Right? But like, I don't know if like, let's keep going. Maybe this changes something.
So if that's your best, if my opinions of looking at it, I think the main way that it's shot, like the way that the camera is shot, the quality of it, I really feel like it could be a little bit more grainy. Like, you know, like, cause I feel like it looks too sharp. Yes, it's in black and white, but I feel like it's
like, again, I just if he's talking about like cinematography, I just don't think Kai is qualified to give advice on this. You know, I mean, I think like, again, I think personal taste wise, that's what like a filmmaker is looking for from people who are not like in the industry. If they wanted like legitimate actual critique, they would go to somebody who's in the industry. You know what I mean? They're going to you for your personal taste. They're saying, hey, do you like this? You know? How do you feel when you look at this? Because personal taste is important, right? It is an important part of why creators create. So even if you're not a producer, if you listen to an instrumental, right, you listen to a beat, you're like, okay, I like these elements, but I didn't really like these elements. You're not gonna be like somebody who knows nothing about music being like, you know, that triplet hi-hat you put in there, I don't know if it really fits into that section, especially followed by that specific snare sound. I would change the snare drum to a different one, and I would actually spread out the hi-hats a little bit more in that specific section, and then I would double up on that and repeat the next section. and then change it up. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know that. You literally do not know that. Like, you are not qualified enough to make that take. Right? And a producer is not going to go to you and be like, hey, mom, how do you feel about the triplet hi-hat usage in the first part of this song? You know what I mean? They're like, do you like listening to this? And they're just like, no, it's not my favorite. Okay, do you know what you don't like about it? Oh, I think this kind of, the sounds are a little bit harsh. Okay, thank you. That's good. It's good. That's good. That's good feedback. And you go back with your knowledge. You're like, okay, she said the sound is a little bit harsh. Maybe I can kind of soften the sounds out by changing the synth to a different one. You know what I mean? Like, it's up for you to take that feedback and craft it into a workable product, right? But Kai Cenat is not a film director. Kai Cenat is not a cinematographer, right? So what does Kai Cenat know about camera grain? You know what I mean? I like some of the Kai Cenat streams. What does he know about cameras? But he's positioning it as like he's giving like, that's why it feels performative, right? That's why it feels performative. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining myself well. I am harping a little bit too far on Kai. You know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, right? It's not the biggest deal in the world. But like, it comes across as weird and weirdly performative because he doesn't know what he's talking about here.
It's too sharp. You understand what I mean or no?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's like the quality, you know?
Yeah.
Because you're talking about Panasonic, you gotta have some rush to it.
Did he say Panasonic? Again, I don't expect you to know every single word. I very clearly don't. And I misspeak a lot. Right? But you also don't see me giving advice about somebody else's film that I can't even pronounce. Name 3 words. Just did. Got him. It's not very benevolent of you. Thank you. I know it's not very benevolent of me. Talking about film grain, saying Panasonic. Yeah.
I don't have some research what Panasonic is for real, but you gotta have some rush to it. That's it. I don't have some research what Panasonic is for real.
What?
Panasonic, you gotta have some rush to it. I don't have some research what Panasonic is for real, but you gotta have some rush to it.
What? I don't even know what he's saying. I assume he's saying he doesn't know what Panasonic is. Assumedly. Right? That's what I think he's saying.
That I'm getting. So I think we put that vibe on it. And it's so clean that a lot of stuff, like even in the acting and stuff, if it's a little bit blurred, people won't realize the mistakes. You know, people won't realize certain mistakes. You feel me? If I'm being honest, if it
don't listen to this man. Please do not listen to Kai Cenat. He's saying just blur the screen so you don't see the mistakes of the actors. That is terrible advice. Horrible advice. If he's changing the camera, they're going to have to react it anyway. So just tell him if there's issues with the actors, say, hey, what I saw sometimes the actors were messing up and flubbing their lines. I think that's something that like you can kind of address in the next, you know what I mean? That's kind of the point, right? Kai is not giving constructive feedback. He's saying what he thinks he should be saying in this moment, right? He's saying what he thinks he should be saying in this moment. That's it. You're just saying that the image looks too sharp and he's giving bad advice because he doesn't know how to go about fixing that it looks too sharp. Yeah.
It's a grainy, it has more of a feel.
Right? And even saying the camera is too sharp, that may not even be what the issue is. Say, hey, this is in black and white, so I assume it's supposed to feel like 1950s, 1960s, right? Like 1940s maybe. So, but I don't really get that feel because the camera, you know, the quality is too nice, right? It may not be a sharpness issue at all. You said 80s? Oh, I don't know. I wasn't listening. Right? Right? But even want to say that it's too sharp, right? It may be an issue with film grain, maybe an issue with the type of camera you're making. It may be something that can be fixed in post processing, but not by making it blurrier. You know what I mean? Kai's cinematographic advice is, okay, so if your movie is in Mexico, put a yellow filter and tell your audience the movie is in Mexico. Hey, to be fair, I get that.
You know? Let me see if I can find
Make the video black and white so they don't see the colors are wrong. Exactly.
Because it's like...
That's what you gotta just think about. But you gotta go that. You gotta go that in depth.
Sean from the Black says she's
like,
my African.
He's talking about like you gotta go that in depth. How would you know? What?
Last DM lurk.
This is supposed to be a channel of Kai getting better, acknowledging his faults, acknowledging his shortcomings, and getting better. And he's giving like advice about how Chris should direct his short film, I guess. This dude's remember everything for the 9 months. He's just motivationally speaking. Yeah.
I love like streaming is like it's cool, but it's like I love like the idea of being like a creator.
Yeah, like, bro. That's what you and as your friend, as somebody who can realize it, that's what you are, bro. You're not like you're a creator. Yes, you are creative. You're one of the most creative nigga I know when it comes to like film.
All right, you gotta slow down, Kai. I do the same thing. Gotta slow down. I will just say that Kai Cenat and watching Kai Cenat has helped me at least realize and understand that I do speak too fast sometimes. And so I can at least acknowledge some of my own faults in Kai's speech. I speak too fast sometimes, and it is making me acknowledge that and slowing down as well. So I'm like, dang, is that what I sound like?
So, but you gotta make it. But you gotta. Oh my gosh, you can't. I don't know how to explain it. You gotta just put your shit. Like you gotta just be honest with yourself. And like I know we stream a lot and we in front of the shit, but you gotta be honest with yourself. You gotta just put it. You gotta just put it out. Anything that you feel, put it out. Put it out. Put it out. You in an early baby stage, but you have a whole story to tell. So I think when it comes to something like a mixtape, it's a story. It's not just a mixtape. It's deeper than that. It's your canvas. It's what you're about to paint on. You gotta tell a story. Why are we doing Panasonic? That's what interviews are.
That's not how you pronounce that word, bro. And honestly, Chris is a better man than me because I would have corrected him by now. I'm like, yeah, bro, it's Panasonic. Panasonic. Doesn't even know what it means. No, he said something about going fast. So like, you got some of the Sonic part of Panasonic.
Made for, bro, to get in the mind of who you are. That's what I'm doing this for. We gotta explain our minds, bro. So you gotta paint it step by step. What's the ideology? What is the message you trying to portray to them? What's the deeper messages you trying to put out there? And if people don't understand it,
again,
they don't get it. You not.
I don't think Kai's saying anything like here that's like inherently off base, but like I think he's just saying what he thinks he's supposed to be saying. You know what I mean? It is word salad. I think he's heard people say things like you have to tell a story and or whatever, and he's kind of echoing that because he thinks that that's what you're supposed to say.
Not making that for those people. You making it for people that get it. You feel me? So I think, yeah, the grainy shit, yes. I like this cover though, that's hard. The grainy shit, yes, could be a little bit grainy, you feel what I'm saying? Like, and the music, just know the music has to match the vibe. So like tweaks in audio, like you know, a Panasonic.
Yeah, you're right.
Bro said the music has to match the vibe, tweak some audio, you know, like Panasonic. That was, I think, the worst sentence I've ever heard Kai say in my entire life.
The sounds,
The sound,
like
everything. It has to match the
so
mixtape.
like ASAP Rocky.
Yes,
bro,
yes.
like,
Yeah, I'm excited to hear what that one sound like.
Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to. Well, I want to create, bro. Sometimes I feel like.
It also feels a little bit disingenuous because it doesn't feel like a friend supporting a friend. It feels like a friend giving a motivational speech. You know? I would actually be down to hear what a real conversation, right? What a real conversation sounds like between the two of them. You know? Like how they would actually talk. Because this feels like a performance.
Holding the guys back sometimes, you know.
Who would you mean the guys?
Us, like.
No, bro. You're actually not putting out enough.
No.
You holding yourself back.
Guys back sometimes. I usually feel like I'm holding the guys back sometimes, you know.
Who would you mean the guys?
Us, like.
No, bro. You're actually not putting out enough.
No.
You holding yourself back. You're not holding us back. You holding yourself back. I'm telling you that. Like, I'm telling you that, bro. Like, because this is something that you're really passionate about, bro. You gotta put that passion in there, and it also is communication. You gotta just say that. As long as we move as water, though, as long as the group and the guys, we all move as water.
Bro, he's Moses now. He is water. We are water. We are Water Kirk.
Gucci,
we carry the waves.
To you, bro. We just gotta move as water, and that's communication. That's why I be communicating to y'all when I'm feeling a certain way. You feel what I'm saying? So that y'all know. Because if we don't know, then it's tough. So you gotta just be able to do that. We gotta put out enough. But this is fire. This is different. It's not like your usual. I fuck bitches. I get money. No, bro. I like this. I do.
I mean, sometimes I did.
That was a diss. That was a diss for those who have ears to hear it. That was a diss. Dang, Kai went to Italy and started acting brand new.
Yeah, I mean, on some regular shit, yeah, but like it's not like.
But yeah,
it's Panasonic. Panasonic is unique. It's unique, and you gotta outlet it. You gotta tell a story. That's the only thing. I think before you drop it, you should tell a story.
Yeah, world building.
Yeah, before you even tell anybody to download it, you should tell a story. Build the world.
Yeah.
Before you even say, hey, here's my shit. Build a world. Like you have to make them believe in it. So let's enter the brain of Chris. Why is he making Panasonic?
That's not the name. Maybe it is. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we are incorrect, bro. Maybe we're wrong and we misheard the name. And it actually is Panasonic. Is it Project Panasonic? Because it's the only way it makes sense. Maybe, genuinely. I thought it was Panasonic. Is Panasonic a thing? Panasonic. Nope, it just redirects to Panasonic. Nope, I don't see anything for Panasonic. It's his accent? I don't think it's his accent.
Bro, like,
we heard it correctly when Chris said it, and they're both from New York, no?
Document yourself so you could like tell a story, and as long as you do that, into the brain of like you have to make them believe in it. So let's enter the brain of Chris. Why is he making Panasonic? And that's it. And documents it, bro. Like, self-document yourself.
Japanese
you
camera
could,
company.
like,
I know what
tell a story.
Panasonic
As
is.
long as
I'm
you
trying to
do
figure out
that,
what is
I'm telling you,
Panasonic.
You're gonna be Gucci. That was fire. I like that. Just the Grady part. I think you add would be cool.
Thank you. No. Yeah, I'm definitely.
I'm gonna be real, and this is the most like parasocial thing I will say, and I'm gonna call it. Kai is one of those people that I would not like to share my hobbies with. You know, there are always some of those people that some of the friends you have who are, they're good friends, but you don't tell them stuff because like they always want to try to like to big homie you a little bit. You know. I'm just like, bro, whatever. And they keep going. They're like, no, you don't get it though. Like, cause I want you to be the best you can be, right? So I want you to be better. I want you to be good, right? So like when you do this, you gotta do it in a way that like people understand it. Cause I get you, I understand it, cause I know you, right? But other people out there, they don't know you. I'm just like, all right, bro. All right, bro. He's like, but you get me though. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, all right. I don't know. That's kind of the vibe I got from this. It gave me PTSD flashbacks.
Yeah, but you can't fight it no more. Like, bro, I understand niggas stream and you like content.
And then
so
like
much,
again,
but how-
and then you're done. You're like, I don't know, bro. And they keep going back in, and then back in, and then back in, and you just kind of want the conversation to end. You know what I mean? You just kind of want the conversation to end, and he's like, in another thing. You're just like, I don't know. Sure.
How much longer are you gonna fight it though? That's where I messed up at. You feel what I'm saying? That's where I feel like I truly deep down inside I messed up at. I think, bro, streaming like
what? Like Chris has been putting out music for years. Why is Kai trying to big homie him? Chris has been putting out music for years. He's like, that's where I messed up at. I want you to learn from my mistakes, so you can actually be creative and don't go down my path.
I would never stop streaming though, but you gotta have time for you, bro. You know, cause we gonna get caught up in the screens, the two monitors, the chat, all that. But when do you have time?
Like it's like Kai. The question was, how do you feel about this music video? And Kai, the conversation turned into like, you gotta have time for you, right? You gotta have time for you. I think Kai's talking about his own life right now. Yeah, but you don't do that to other people, right? You don't use other people as a proxy for your older self to make yourself feel good, especially when they're asking you for advice about a very specific part of their hobby. You know what I mean? I've had people who do that, to be honest. Yeah, as have I, and it sucks. It sucks. It makes you not want to share your hobby with other people because the conversation gets co-opted and turned into like, you know, a 20-minute conversation about where Kai messed up. You know? This was filmed and posted. So Kai's starting to go, Kanye feels like it. Nah, Kanye had a lot more going on. Kanye had a huge build up to his downfall.
When you have time to make true art, music is not a joke.
Even the YouTube.
Like he's telling the musician that music is not a joke. You don't make music, Kai. How would you know? He's something my dad lecturing? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting onto this conversation. I can acknowledge that.
And like you don't gotta drop often. You can drop when you want, but just know behind the scenes of when you about to drop is you cooking though. You can't be stagnant. You gotta still be showing a side of cooking, you know. And then you put that shit out.
That's facts.
So, yeah, bro. That's all you gotta do, and you'll be alright.
I love you, nigga.
I love you too, bro. Nah, for real, bro. That's why I like this channel, because I'll be able to, I don't know.
Bro.
You know?
Hey,
and he hasn't posted on it for 3 weeks.
Chris mine, Kai mine.
Yeah, bro. That's what we need to normalize that. Chris is mine. Kai's mine. Everybody needs to make a mine channel. That ass. You feel me?
I'm about to make a mine. I'm not that.
So what I want to do too, it's like when you, oh shit. When you walk in, so it's gonna give us like this, right? That's gonna go for a little bit. Boom. Slower. Live in that moment, like, you feel me, nonchalant, because I want them to like really feel that is the suspense, like, oh shit, because you'll be the first person they see. So you coming in like, feel me? Tweak it a little bit. I want you to sit in this area, like.
We
really,
dropping
like,
my channel? Never.
Like testing your shit out. Yeah.
This is how you know I'm ever replaced by aliens, right? If I ever make a mine channel, if I come back and I'm like, dog, I love a mine channel, I'm gonna make one right now. Never. I will say, the only channel that I may or may not have already made or will make soon will be a Dungeons and Dragons channel. A channel where I can talk about D&D. But like Kai, I'm not gonna tell you what it is. It won't have my face attached to it. It won't have my name attached to it. It'll have my voice attached to it, probably.
A minute. Yeah. Like I really want you to, I want them to embrace like you being there. Yeah. And then wait for something to happen.
D&D is crazy. I like D&D. Talk about Warhammer 40k authoritatively, without knowing anything about it. I know a little bit about it. I've been playing Space Marine 2 with the Ultramarines. Second company, Titus. See, I know some things. I know some things. You have the Alpha Legion, the Salamanders. You have the 1,000 Emperors. You have the Space Wolves and all of them. I know about all that. Backflow's playing TT RPG is a jam. I'm trying to find black people in Los Angeles who will play. That's my biggest goal. Recommending Critical Role. I've been enjoying it as a non-D&D kind of person.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when
Free Nose for the 5 months.
Free Nose just
I will say a channel that I've been watching recently is called Zach the Bold, and he was on Critical Role, so it's possible, right? I just need to get 600,000 subscribers. It's possible. You're gonna how they made the dumbest wishes and how Dragon Balls don't make sense. Made me curious. They do make the dumbest wishes. It doesn't make any sense. Also, they're remaking Dragon Ball Super, which I'm happy about. I'm excited about that. He's funny. He is funny. He has some good D&D shorts.
You all head towards the back of the city. Your informant is looking... Hey, Austin? I'm sorry, what? I would really appreciate it if you got off your phone while I'm DMing. Guys, come on, all right? I'm the fighter, right? You guys do all the role play stuff. I swing my sword at things and I destroy them. It's disrespectful and I'd like for you to at least try to pay attention. Okay, yeah, fine, I'll pay attention or whatever. Thank you. As I was saying, you meet the informant on the other side of the city. He comes up to you outside. After the king sent you all this way. The sewer grate. After you turn the corner, you see the guards. Seal of the monarch on their shoulder. The bandit falls to the ground, scroll in hand. A wax seal keeps it closed. The seal of the king. And you shouldn't run into any opposition. We have some friends on the inside, as he grins with an evil smile.
The king's gonna betray us. He's paid off local bandits to attack the city so he can lock it down and take control.
Yeah, congrats, Einstein. That's why we're stopping him right now.
Have
you really been not paying attention for that long? We figured that out 10 sessions ago.
That's like the basic plot. You had no idea?
No, I didn't. Well, stop interrupting then and swing your damn sword when we say. You all head towards the back.
LOL. So yeah, that's that. Well deserved. I also say this is the last thing I'll say. On Critical Role, I won't spoil anything. I am not the biggest fan of Campaign 3. If you don't take notes, people do not take notes as they go. My players did not take any notes when we first played. To be fair, this was their first time playing, so they had no clue. But honestly, it was kind of fine because I loved bringing stuff on them. They just didn't remember. You know? You're going to get used to note taking and also how keep an overview of your notes, to be fair. Yeah. Campaign 3 is just a boring, slow, boring start, to be fair. Yeah, but it's not even just that. It's the characters, bro. It's the characters. It's the Campaign 3 is home to, like, I think my least favorite cast of characters and my least favorite character in the entirety of Critical Role. I was still good on the cameos. No spoilers. I'm on episode like 10. Promise characters in Campaign 3. If they weren't in the first episode, then don't talk about them. Because I don't want to spoil it for anybody else either. It just wasn't. I'll just say this. I am just not the biggest fan of some of Talison's characters in Critical Role. I think in like one shots and in some of the like other like Age of Umbra, like he played cool characters. It was fine. I can't stand Ashton. Ashton's just really bad to me. Percy was fine. Caduceus was great. I like Caduceus, but wasn't the biggest fan of Molly. I actually love Bertrand. Bertrand was cool. I like Tao's edgy style. I really liked Caduceus. No, exactly. That's kind of how I feel. I don't have any problem with like Caduceus as a person. So you know Caduceus. I do know Caduceus. I finished Campaign 2. I watched all of Campaign 1 and all of Campaign 2. I think Caduceus worked very well. It's one of my favorite characters in Campaign 2. But like I don't like the edginess of like the rest of them. Let's see. I wasn't a fan of Ashton. Was not a fan of Molly. Was not a fan of who else did I not like? I didn't really like Bex from Campaign 1. Laura's character. I think Orm is kind of boring. I think outside of that, they were all chill. It's supposed to be more comedic, but I love the story around FGC. I like everything that Sam gives, honestly. Need to watch EXU Calamity is no spoiler for Campaign 3 is the best short series they've done. Sam's a goat. Every Sam character slapped. Yeah. Sam's my favorite player at the table. Sam and Travis and Laura are my three favorite players at the table. And Robbie. I like Dorian. Dorian's really good. I wasn't keen on like a new face. I watched all of Campaign 1, all of Campaign 2. I start Campaign 3. They're announcing people, and I see Dorian instead of, or I see Robbie instead of Travis, and I'm like, who is this person? Who is this person? Get off of my screen! He said start season 2 if you're brand new to the indie, right? Yes. and it's been one all black D&D campaign on YouTube, I'm telling you, I want to be a part of it. I don't know who or where or why, but I will. If I can get something off the ground, I will stay in Los Angeles to do it. I will postpone going back to school. I will postpone my retirement. I will DM it. Okay, I will DM it. I'll do it. I just need to find players. You watch D20 stuff or just Critical Role? I've mostly watched Critical Role. Just I like the long runningness of it. I don't hate Dimension 20. I like Fantasy High. There's some fun stuff there. I love Brendan Lee Mulligan's DMing style. But yeah. What was I saying? I remember. Oh, I'll tell you who I like the most. Of all the campaigns, I like my favorite character in all of the campaigns. Oh, it's hard. Ford. I think Ford may be my favorite character in all the campaigns. Ford's really good. And Ford's not even like some people's like top, which is kind of crazy. I like Ford. I like Scanlan. I like Grog. I like Jester. I like Caleb. I like Not. I like Dorian. Dorian's pretty high up. For me. Dorian's my favorite character in Campaign 3 so far. Yeah, Caleb is fire. I see what you did there. Kiri. Kiri wasn't a character technically. Kiri was awesome though. Kiri needs to come back. I did a couple of sessions with 2 other couples and one of them broke up, so we stopped. That's so funny. But you're in Los Angeles. Freaking Vorlo. We could play. Conscripting Vorlo into a D&D campaign. Aren't you in like freaking Pasadena? As far as hell away. Liam's the greatest to ever do this. Yeah, Liam's great. Liam's great. Who else do I like? There's no one I don't. There's not. Okay, I don't say there's no one I dislike. I don't like a lot of characters, but like there's no one I feel like neutral about. Southeast LA. Okay. Laura the Hag in Campaign 2 was legendary. It was. Laura the Hag was legendary. He wrote a book for RP. Insane. Olivia Inson's Gara and Naruto. Liam was Gara. Honestly, didn't like Imogen. I think Imogen's fine. I'm not like, I don't love any character except for Dorian, honestly. Fern's cool. I like Fern because I like her stealing. I like a druid that just steals. Right? But I also I like characters who are not afraid to like do something experimental, like with not. I almost did a spoiler. Which I can understand. I can understand not liking Imogen. I get it. I can see where people come from with that. But I will say not liking Imogen more than not liking Laudna is insane. But I will not hear anything on like not liking any character less than freaking Ashton. Like I'm sorry. Okay, slight spoiler on this, bro. I'm watching Campaign 3, and the party is split because half the party is going on a beef with Sean after watching this vid. He did a D&D campaign recently. Which vid? This vid? God does Marisha's best role. Yeah, I can see that. But anyways, look, they're gonna split the party up, right? Half the party has a date with an ogre. Don't ask, right? And then the other half of the party is going to scope out this office thing. Then comes Ashton, freaking Ashton, reminding me of how you did a campaign and didn't invite me over. I didn't set it up. I was invited last minute. Okay, don't yell at me. I'll get you in the next one, Doodleburb. I'll get you in the next one. We'll get you for our all black campaign. We need to do, okay, Doodleburb. Sometime this month.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
I will reach out to people.
I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I
Black D&D one
Danny
shot.
Atomies just subscribed.
Black History Month D&D, it just makes sense. Put it on your calendar for sometime this month. That specific date. Danny Artemis, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, Ashton's like, I have a thing. And this is something Towson does all the time, which is just like, he'll just be like, I have a thing. Right? I'm just like, stop being, why are you vague posting? This is a group game. And he leaves on his own. He splits the party to leave on his own. This is not like freaking Chetney going and breaking into an office or whatever as like a rogue. Right? This is like, oh, you guys do your own thing. I'm gonna go to my own secret background place and parlay over here. Right? He goes, offers up privileged information to this random person nobody in the party knows anything about. You know what I mean? Comes back and he's like, I have a thing that we can all do. And I'm like, and he's just mean to everybody at the table. Right? That would be one thing. But you can't do that and also be mean. Right? Because like when Dorian, slight spoilers, when Dorian's freaking brother has a hit on him or whatever, like Dorian gives him a sending stone because his brother has a hit on him and he may die. Right? And Ashton is like berating him for doing that, but all the other players are like, no, Dorian, I think it makes sense for you to do that. Your brother is literally has a hit on him and may die. And it would be good to have contact with him. And Ashton's like, how dare you? Why would you do that? And you're just like, what are we doing here? But when Ashton messes up, like, I don't know, offering up privileged information to the person who put the bounty out in the first place. That's not crazy? That's not crazy. But he did it separately from the entire party when people asked to tag along, right? So nobody could stop him from just giving out this information. I don't know. That frustrated me. Those are the ruinous powers. I don't even know what that means. I think people that like the Lancer archetype shouldn't play them. I don't know. Oh, he's talking about Warhammer. Oh, I was so confused. I was like, is that a spoiler? It's on Warhammer. I'm still pretty new to Warhammer though. So anyway, that's my thoughts on that. How does Demogorgon factor into all of this? Demogorgon didn't show up at all, actually. So yeah. I don't know. To be honest, I find Schwarber is one of my favorites of his.
You peer around the corner and notice a group of bandits laying down. You recognize some of their faces from a battle just a couple of days ago. An entire infirmary of weakened enemies surrounds you. It is a good thing this is not an XP-based campaign. I'm gonna cast Mass Healing Word. Okay, hold on. They will definitely attack us if they have their full strength. They're bandits, not spawn of evil. No, they wouldn't.
Yes, we would.
See? Just leave them to their fate. There's no one to take care of them.
Enough! I'm a lawful good paladin of Tyr. I will not stand idly by as I watch myself turn to darkness. I channel my divine energy to summon Tyr power.
So, should I roll with advantage? Or really, is there no point at all? Can we make this XP-based? You peer around the corner and notice a group.
Oh, wow. Anyway, this is where I'm going to call it, chat. Twas fun, and I will be back on maybe not Friday, actually. I have a meeting on Friday. Definitely on Saturday, for the most part. I have friends like this who play D&D. You can probably find somebody, I assume. Be sure to start some drama for you to come back to. Thank you. See, I appreciate that. Y'all looking out for me. W. So a fresh OTK scandal on your desk next week, boss. Thank you. Will this be a VOD, Miss D'Angelo? Or all my videos are VODs. My VODs are automatically published. Unless they don't, in which case, they probably won't. One day I'll start making YouTube videos again. It just takes so much work. Yeah. Anyway, any final thoughts, chat? Hey, I was live and a song went online and then offline while I was live. Or D&D. I'll have the turntables. You want to see Nix? Hey, Nixie. Want to say goodbye? You want to say goodbye, girly? Ugh. So good. Good girl. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Don't fall, you're falling. You're falling. Ugh, there you go. All right, thanks, doggy. That's all I needed. Anyway, I'll catch you on the flip side. I have to pee. I hate being sober. I'm a soldier. You know what? I don't think I appreciate y'all enough. Thank you all for watching me. Because you don't have to. True. I'll take it back. Anyway, I'll catch you on the flip side. One day I'll be at 1,000 viewers though. Once I do that, then that's how you know I made it. Yeah. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. How's a P? All right. Peace. Birthday cards one of these days? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Catch you on the flip side. Happy Black History Month.
I hate being sober. I'm a soldier.